Okay, we are live. Welcome to the call-in show. It's been a while. I don't know why. I just didn't do it. I just didn't do one, okay? Whatever. I don't have to explain myself. Fuck yourself. Sorry. Take it back. Let's bring it down. Just start this off on a normal note. Just sipping some beers. We're going to have a good time today. We're not going to scream and yell at each other. Probably. Maybe. I'm gonna be too loud for the mic, I guess, but whatever. I just had to reset up all this shit and just all the text there's gonna very good chance that this call-in show is just gonna get screwed up at some point because of tech stuff, and I'm sorry. Okay, I'm not a tech guy. Okay, I'm a talk guy. I talk. I don't talk tech. I talk shit, bitch. Son of a bitch. Okay, today we're talking about the future. The future, because there's things going on in the present that I think we all probably want to extrapolate into the future, and either for good or bad, we want to say, yeah, I know based on what's happening right now what's going to happen in the future, because everyone's a genius and they know exactly what's going to happen in the future, and no one's ever been wrong. Okay. Today, the point of the show is to give me your view of the future. It could be the immediate future. It could be the distant future. I don't give a I don't care. Oh, see, this is already happening. God damn it. I told you to shut up. Do you hear these notifications sound? Turn off all notifications, okay? I already said that. Jeez. Okay, anyway. That really distracted me. We're talking about the future. It doesn't have to be related to... You know what I'm talking about, you know, the thing that happened recently. Doesn't have to be related to that, but I bet it will be, because nobody can stop talking about that shit. And whatever, I'm not saying you have to stop talking about that shit. We talk about whatever you want. I'm just saying you don't have to talk about that. This is going to be a judgment-free zone. Just kidding. That doesn't exist, really. In reality, a judgment-free zone? I mean, come on, let's get real. Nobody's not judging you, ever. I'm judging you. I judge myself, so why shouldn't I judge you? I mean, that's just the way it is, and I expect you to judge me. Fine, whatever. Stop. You're making me angry. You haven't even said anything yet. Jesus. All right. One thing I want to talk about, my future, I've been bleeding out of my ass non-stop. This started like 6 months ago, maybe. It was just like a little bit of blood on the toilet tissue, but it was every single time I took a shit, so it's a little weird. So peculiar, a tit particular, but recently it's been a lot more blood. A lot more. And it's I looked it up and everyone's giving me the same advice. Is it dark red blood or is it fresh red blood? It's very fresh. It's fresh, delicious looking blood. It looks like cherry Kool-Aid, but it's drenching the tissue now and it's filling the bowl. Before it never went in the bowl. It was just on the paper, but now it's really, I get a big red bowl of Kool-Aid every time I take a shit. So my future could be quite limited. So I'd like to hear what you guys think about the future. You can give me some ideas about what the hell's going on out there, because I'm probably not going to be around much longer. All right. I think I'm dying from the inside at an accelerated rate. Just so you know, I don't want you to be surprised if you find out that the Minotaur is dead in a pool of his own butt blood. That's something you should know ahead of time. Okay, anyway, we're going to start the show right now. Let's freaking do it. Okay, you can call in now. The line is open, 518-288-7938. We're talking about the future. Oh, God, I just realized that. Oh, no. Okay, I got to set this shit up quick. Ringing. Okay, first call. I'm trying to get it.
P. Diddy.
P. Diddy?
Yeah, how's it going, man?
Whoa, what's up, dude? How you doing?
It's terrible. I'm in jail, dog.
You're in jail now?
Yeah, and they stole my baby oil.
Oh shit. You're using your prized phone call to call in to how'd you even know the show was going on?
Dude, we got like a snuck-in cell phone in here, man.
Oh, that's cool.
I only had to get banged in the butt to get it, but I like that stuff. I just need my baby oil back, damn it.
Why'd they do that? Why'd they take your baby oil, P. Diddy?
Oh, because they're hating, just because I like have sex with like anyone I want.
Oh yeah. That's your
they're just jealous.
fetish?
Yeah, I can. You know me, I'm a star, man. I come in and I make the day, and I bang everybody. And if they don't want to bang, that's cool. They don't have to.
Oh, that's nice. I personally have never heard one of your songs. I mean, I couldn't name a single one if you forced me.
Oh, it's cool. I'm not a musician. I'm just like dance around in the back of the music videos and shit.
Well, that's cool. All right, hey P. Diddy, the topic of the show today is the future. What do you think is what's your opinion on the future? Either your future or the globe?
Well, as it is, I'm probably going to get suicided out of this prison. That's where it goes.
So you're pessimistic about the future.
Yes, very pessimistic.
Care to
They're
elaborate?
coming after me. Well, they're coming after me, dude. Everybody wants a piece of P. Diddy, and they're mad just because I banged them in the butt while they were asleep. Like, what the fuck did they think was going to happen?
That's a good point.
I told them we were going to party, right?
And it's jail.
Yeah.
And
in jail, this jail sucks. You know what they give us for food?
What?
Garbage.
Oh.
The guard didn't even know that the mush was cereal or a biscuit that he gave me.
Yeah, I guess. I mean.
He didn't know what to call it.
I mean, but you're in jail, though, right? Like, you're getting cereal and biscuits. That doesn't sound that bad.
No.
No?
No, it's mush. They don't know if it's a biscuit or cereal. They just said, here, take this.
How does it taste like?
It tastes like shit.
Oh.
And there's apparently food is bad in prison. Who knew?
Yeah, well, all right. So just to keep it on topic, the topic is the future. You say you're going to die soon.
Yeah, they're going to suicide me out of here like they did Epstein.
Then what do you think is going to happen beyond your death? Do you think
I'm in the same cell block as Epstein, actually, believe it or not.
Oh, that must be an honor.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, he banged anybody he wanted to, right?
Yeah. All right. What about after you've passed P. Diddy? What do you foresee will happen? Do you think your death will have an impact on the world?
Oh yeah, dude. Like people are gonna be so sad.
Mm-hmm.
It's like people probably won't even listen to hip hop ever again.
Oh.
Because it'll just remind them that we lost Diddy.
You think there might be some post-mortem, posthumous commemorative album releases, perhaps?
Oh, no doubt, no doubt.
Where do you think that money should go?
I guess to
Johnson
& Johnson.
Oh, that's
Johnson
nice.
& Johnson. I love that company. They make the best baby oil.
I see.
Yeah.
Are they struggling? All right, well, whatever. P. Diddy, thanks for calling in. Good to hear from you.
Hey, fuck you, man.
All right, have a good one. Okay, that was Puff Daddy. Is that the same person? Is P. Diddy Puff Daddy? I've always been confused about this. Anyway, that was weird. I didn't. That's not what this show's about. The show isn't about P. Diddy. It's about the future. He's the past daddy. Okay. Who's this?
Call from
Anthony.
Anthony, hello.
Hey, how are ya?
I'm great. We're talking about the future today. What do you have to say about that?
Well, my future it's kind of a doom and gloom, you know, despite who you think, you know, whether you support the new president or not.
Uh-huh.
I think the country's awfully divided, and I can definitely see us going down a path of civil war.
Oh, shit. What kind of civil war? Like with guns?
With guns, maybe a couple bow and arrows.
Yeah. Bombs?
You know, I think, you know, I could see some dropping.
Has anybody thought to put like, oh, I guess they have terrorists, like drones, bombs on drones, and just fly them right into
You
things?
know, I've seen it. I don't even think they need to put bombs on there. You know, I've seen an article where they got these like fly-sized drones, and you know, you get enough of those fuckers and just have them zoom real fast and just hit someone in the head.
Yeah,
Game
dude.
over.
That's like a better version of the suicide bombers in a big way, like a suicide drone bomber. That's like kind of an end-game scenario.
I'd say it's definitely more ethical. You know, that's a lot easier to sell than saying, "Hey, man, why don't you strap this to your chest and walk into this room?"
Yeah, that's a good point. It's just like, hey, man, why don't you take this Xbox controller and go to town?
Yeah, go to town. It's just like growing up. Have at it.
All right, so is this real? Then you think civil war is or do you think it's an inevitability, or do you think it's a growing probability?
I think it's an inevitability. You know,
Oh.
I think just with how divided everyone's got, you know, whether you should support Trump or not, you know, the left isn't going to accept this fully, I don't think. And if it was the roles reversed, it'd just be the same thing. I don't think there's anyone that's going to be like, you know what, let's give this a shot. I think we're just kind of at that point where everyone's like, look, dude, I'm tired of these Trump supporters or these woke leftists, whoever it may be. I think that everyone's just too upset with each other.
So it's kind of a bipartisan idea then?
I guess so, yeah.
Do you think this is like short term? Are we talking the next 4 years, dude?
I would say, yeah. I would say, yeah.
Good Lord.
You know, I guess I hope I'm wrong. I do.
I hope you're wrong too. Jesus Christ.
I just, point being, I won't be surprised if shit pops off, I guess is what I'm getting at.
And what do you
I hope I'm wrong.
And what do you do in this scenario? Are you a fighter, or are you a, you know...
I'm fucked, dude.
Is it like kill yourself, or is it like going to the mountains? What's the...
No, you know, I'm try to keep life as normal as possible, and you know, going to work, but oh shit,
going
you
to
guys
work in the Civil War.
Yeah, you know, there's still gonna be bills to pay. I'll be heading to unclog the toilet, and they're gonna be like, guys are like, hey, stay away from the east side of town. There's fight breaking out. I was like, oh shit. All right, I'll take a different route to work.
Then let's imagine this then, Civil War. In your mind, is this like the movie Civil War where there's like full on armies, or is it just like a bunch of civil unrest that can be classified all together as a civil war?
I would say it would start out with a bunch of civil unrest until factions form. The issue with like that movie Civil War is, you know, all the lights are still on.
Yeah.
I think if an actual Civil War breaks out, we're going to notice, you know, power outages, you know, no water coming out of the tap, things like that, where infrastructure would be more attacked.
No internet?
No internet, no Pornhub. You're out of luck.
That's going to cause a war, undoubtedly.
Yeah. You got to bust out the vintage Playboys.
That's like its own faction that forms, just the Gooners.
Yeah, the Playboy faction.
God damn. Well, that's a bleak future you're painting here, and we appreciate you calling in and telling us about it.
Yeah, you bet. I can't wait to listen to the rest of the show, and like I said, I hope I'm wrong. I really do, but we'll see.
All right. Thanks for calling in, man.
All right. Laters.
All right. Civil War. It only took one call to get to that, so that's cool. Maybe there's more people who foresee CW, the CW, Civil War on the CW. Calling now. The call-in number is 518-288-7938.
Call from
DB Cooper.
Oh my God, is this DB Cooper?
I can't be too loud. Yeah, it's me. What's up?
I mean, you called me, so what's up with you?
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. I just I don't know. I thought you called me. It's kind of
Oh,
weird.
that's weird.
No, I mean, I'm calling in here from the future. You
Oh.
know, I did what I did, and I got away with it, and I also went through a portal through time after I jumped out of the plane.
That
If you know what I
explains
mean.
so much. Yeah, well, so maybe just quickly explain your lore to the audience. I mean, I feel like a lot of people know, but just give me the quick one sentence version.
Like I said, I can't be too loud, but basically, I hijacked a plane many years ago.
Yeah.
I got a lot of money from it, and I had a parachute, and I had the aft of the plane open up, like the butt of the plane. It opened,
Yeah.
and I jumped. I jumped out,
And
and when I jumped out, yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Please.
No, I mean, this is real. This is very serious. I jumped out and I jumped into this portal that opened up. It was like a blue portal, and I didn't know where it was going, but I went in there. And as the portal closed, I don't really know how I know this or how I can tell you this, but there was like dollar bills that came out of my bag that fluttered to the ground in the forest, and that's what they found.
So those remained in the present or in the past.
Correct.
Were you
Well,
disappointed when you got to the future and found out that your money was worthless?
No, the cool thing about it is it was like it was really valuable. Like
It
people
was?
didn't even, yeah, like people were like, how can you have bills from this time that are so pristine?
Oh. So like
Yeah, so
you found some
yeah, it was like,
collectors, some fiat collectors.
yeah. Well, I mean, I actually had to track down historians, to be honest. Like nobody even knew what a bill was at that point. But I mean,
Do you know what year you're in?
I mean,
Approximately.
I think some secrets are best left unsaid. Let's just say it's far enough that I'm being a little bit too loud, as I said earlier.
What are you just out of curiosity, what are you calling me on? Is it what we would call a phone, or is it something
No,
different? Okay.
no. It's called a cerebral butt implant, and it's
Oh.
literally from your brain to your butt, and it contacts any time wave, future, past, or present.
That's awesome. Does that cost money
Yeah, it's
to
pretty
get,
cool.
or is that?
I mean, every human, I think, probably has insurance to afford them to get the butt brain implant, but
Yeah.
I had to pay for mine.
Wow. So like the brain butt the barrier is that who is that like Verizon? Who's
Actually, it's Taco Bell. Surprisingly,
Oh shit.
they're
Okay.
the ones who actually end up taking over all cell phone and all sort of social media. They even actually had Mark Zuckerberg assassinated.
Whoa, he still was there though?
He made it that far into the future, but they actually destroyed his neural code that actually kept his
I see.
brain alive. They
Right.
destroyed his neural center.
Okay, well,
So even though so go ahead.
DB,
Sorry.
just very interesting stuff. But we're stuck in the past here, in the distant past. So we have a lot of questions. But I have just one question to wrap this up: do you have any advice that you would give to us living in the present with what you know living in the future?
Yes, and it's just a very simple thing, and I think it's kind of something that people are knowing already or waking up to, is that the system we have in place in the United States of America is a busted-ass, archaic, broken system. And, you can vote on a state level, and that will matter, but presidential, you don't have an electoral vote, buddy. That's it.
All right, so you think it's bad? You're saying, which leads me to believe the future is very bad.
I didn't say that. I'm just trying to be quiet here, man.
All right.
I've already been too loud, and I'm probably fucked.
Yeah, I don't want to get you in any more trouble. All right, thank you, DB, for calling.
Yeah, no problem.
Bye.
Call from
Philly.
Did you say villain or Phyllis?
No, I said Joey.
Oh, Joey. What's up, Joey? We're talking about the future.
The future.
Yeah, dude.
Okay. Well, what do you want to know?
Whatever you got to tell me, I guess.
Well, I think obviously mind reading will be a pretty significant thing. Once we can kind of tell what people are thinking without ambiguity, then suddenly, like the entire legal system changes because you can't lie anymore. You don't need lawyers. You don't need any of that stuff. And then suddenly politicians really become kind of irrelevant, really. I mean, we don't need them if we can't, use them to lie, so you just have, really boring people working at the big government agencies. And
the mind reading is like a technological advancement.
Yeah, basically, it's just essentially, AI bullshit. They read your brain a little bit, and they know what you're thinking. There's already prototypes in the works right now. I mean, they're already doing stuff like that. So it's not really long now before pretty much there's a compulsive or a compulsory brain reading whenever you like if you're getting into an interview, you can't really. And then of course, money, that's just going to be gone. I think eventually we're coming to the point where labor is so cheap and prolific due to, again, AI, that we won't really need to have slaves doing stuff for us. And then without slaves, we can't convince people. If you don't need slaves, you don't need money to convince them, so to speak.
But what about just kind of regarding slaves? What about like the nostalgia factor?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm sure there'll be some elective kind of systems that have slaves where, people are either enslaved themselves or people who are criminals, will end up.
How can you be a criminal if we can read your thoughts all the time?
Well, you can still do things. You can still choose to do things. We just get you,
How can you choose to do things if
it's not like Minority Report where we know what's going to happen before it's happening. It's more like after you've already done it, whenever we confront you, it's like, well, did you do it? And it's like, yes, I did.
But I'm supposed to believe the AI translation of someone else's thoughts?
Well, I think that's going to be the real crux of legal argument for a while. I would say probably 20 years before it has the right fidelity to be completely unambiguously the person's individual thoughts. And of course, then there'll be a whole bunch of meditative judo where you're trying to go one level deeper and trying to evade the processes of these AI. So what it'll end up doing is that it'll kind of foment an evolutionary cycle of deeper thought, because it's like an arms race kind of thing. We're going to want to pry further into ourselves to escape the penetration of AI.
This is similar to the idea of doublethink in 1984, but
exactly.
But what about going into that? Then we all have conscious thoughts, which are we could probably we could just sit down and write those down on a piece of paper as they come to us. But what about the subconscious? What do we do with that?
Well,
that's where the thoughts come from, don't they? The conscious thoughts?
I think a lot of people underestimate the fact that we're still conscious of these things. We're just kind of filtering them out. There's like this thing called an arbiter within us all, pretty much, that just kind of sorts things. It's the real conscious concept. It's the thing that knows what present time looks like. It's I mean, you know, if we're going by Freud, it's basically the superego. It's not really like the holy or the positive conception that most people have of it, but it's basically the thing that says, okay, this is the data that's going to come through my flesh and get deposited into the ego. This is what's going to, it's like a filter. It's a filtration system. And, you know, like with hallucinations, a lot of people tend to have these wild experiences. What's really going on is that the filter's being removed, and suddenly you're seeing a lot of things that you don't every day notice, like the machine gnomes, or whatever they call it, the machine elves. You know, it's a pretty common phrase. But what they're usually seeing is something like their air conditioning unit for the first time. You know, completely unfiltered. They're seeing and feeling all of these things that they're commonly feeling, but I don't know. That's a little bit difficult to relate, but it's basically like a filtration system where within you develop a method of, it's like, okay, I hear the sound of my fan. The fan, I have a negating fan within me, so I produce the sound, like the negation sound. You've heard of like cars that have, you know, speakers in them that negate the sound from outside, so you can't really hear anything outside. You ever heard that?
I haven't, but I believe that exists.
Yeah, it's just basically like that. We create kind of like a counter song almost, and whenever our ability to produce that counter song kind of fades away, which is usually what happens whenever the DMN gets reduced by the, you know, hallucinogen or whatever. Anyway, I'm kind of off topic for the future, but
you are. But I have one more question about this, and then we'll call it quits. Regarding thoughts, what is the difference, and is this something that is going to be differentiated or discriminated by the AIs between having a thought and having a thought that you are actually considering? Because, you know, I might see a knife on the table and a passing thought just be, oh, I'm going to stab myself. But I'm not actually considering that. I just thought it.
So like intent versus act or motive or actual act.
Like, can't you have thoughts without intent?
Absolutely. And I would say that those are simulations. Like, we create a simulation, what's going to happen, rather than the. I mean, I would say that they're completely different mechanisms.
Giving something consideration is also a simulation, but it's something that you are actually considering versus something that you're just. Right. It just happened. It's just a thought.
And that's why I kind of, you know, said before, I mean, we really won't be able to minority report that shit. You have to make sure that the person actually has done the act before you can detect it. But as to, you're absolutely right. You know, it's an impulsive decision. I mean, that's what choice is above time. It's like a divine power that we all have that we don't really recognize that we have.
That we can choose to do things?
Yeah. I mean, you're taking into account things that occur in the past and things that you propose for them to happen in the future, and then you're binding them to reality in this kind of godlike move where you're saying, okay, I'm going to choose to pick up this bag, or I'm going to act, and it kind of breaks the whole process of determinism and all that stuff. That's why we're always so confused about it. You know, there's always endless arguments about, you know, is free will really a thing? Because free will is above the processes that we're so accustomed to in reality.
All right, Joey, thanks for calling in. Good to hear from you.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, you too.
All right, bye-bye. Whoop, that was a little overeager there. All right, let's do one more call here, and then we're going to take a break. 518-288-7938. So we're talking about the future. Let's see.
Call from
Vincenzo.
Vincenzo?
Oh, hello?
Hello, Vincenzo?
Oh, hello, it's I. What's up, Minute Hour?
Yo, dude, we're talking about the future today. What is your deal with that?
So, the whole future thing, man, I mean, honestly, I just look forward to what's going to happen. But really, I mean, I was thinking about what the other dudes were talking about with, like, Civil War and stuff. And honestly, with how the last election went with Trump,
the one that happened just now?
No, with like Hillary Clinton. So
Oh,
like
okay.
the 2016. So like, you know, I didn't really see too much craziness, I would think. But you know,
Like in terms of
I don't think
violence.
violence. More
I'm saying.
likely so.
Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
But oh no, you're good. I'm still thinking about. I'm still thinking about this whole time about the whole issue with you like losing blood and shit like that because I had
know,
a story. I had a whole story when I went to Disney World when a fucking hemorrhoid popped.
Is that what this is?
What the
My blood,
well,
my butt blood.
dude, it's all about your blood, baby.
But like, what do you? Can I? Does that heal on its own? Do I have to? I don't want to go to the doctor again.
Well, I mean, like, is it like when you shit you see blood, or is it fucking hemorrhoids?
It's just when I shit, the bowl becomes red with my blood. But only when I shit.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would go to a doctor, man. I need to go to a doctor too. I mean, I guess with this discussion of the future, to stay on topic, I mean,
Yeah.
health-wise, definitely go check out your doctor if you want to live a lot longer.
Do I want my doctor going up in my butt and stuff? I mean, that's private.
I mean, that's up to you. I mean, what are you afraid of the doctor finding up there?
Anything.
Because that's
anything
the
at
real
all,
question.
dude. I don't want anything to find anybody up my butt.
Is this going to be like the Gimme Wicks, you know, from South Park? He's traveling up there and finds all mysterious shit.
Dude, that's you know, just the fact that could happen is scary enough to keep me away.
You know, the one thing that does scare me is anytime I get a fucking hemorrhoid, especially when I went to Disney. When I went to Disney, this is the same day I proposed to my wife. We were going, it was right the day we were going, I just had this sudden enlarged hemorrhoid just starting to brew.
How many hemorrhoids do you get, dude?
I mean, anytime like I get like a day of rest, shit just suddenly pops up. But lately, it hasn't happened to me in it hasn't happened to me in over 2 years.
All right.
But fucking
2 years.
Okay, we went to Disney. Yeah, we went to Disney, right? And I wasn't really feeling well. Well, we get on this ride with it's like the Mickey's train or whatever. It's down in Florida.
Okay.
So we're riding it, and it's with I can't remember what ride it is. It's the train. And we're riding. We get on this part where it's Daffy Duck's wife, and she's like, "Let's do the Congo." So the fucking teacup starts spinning around, right? After that, I started feeling a little bit better. Well, next thing I know, as we're walking out of the ride, my wife and the in-law are walking behind me, and they're like, "Oh, no, you need to cover up." I'm like, "Why?" Well, I was wearing white shorts that day, man, and the fucking blood was showing.
Oh.
I fucking busted that shit.
On the teacups.
On the teacup. So guess what I had to do? I had to go into the store, and this is some bullshit. All they had was women's spandex. So I'm walking around Disney World or Disneyland, whatever, and women's spandex, but I'm like feeling relieved and everything. Right? It's been on the top of my mind.
Like a period pad.
Dude, I mean, that's the first time I ever experienced my man period. And then, so we're also supposed to propose. I was going to propose her in front of the Millennium Falcon. Well, I ended up being too tired. I just proposed her in bed.
Yeah, well, that's good.
And it worked out.
Wait, you proposed in bed?
Yeah, I mean,
that's nice.
I mean, while we're at Disney World, yeah, I tell people I propose in front of the Millennium Falcon, but I propose in bed.
I personally am glad that you proposed in bed, but you know, whatever. It's your life. I'm sorry to say that.
But, yeah, it don't matter.
But dude, all right. So your butt is doing better now. You're 2 years clean and sober from butt blood.
Yeah, no more hemorrhoids. You know, trying to kill me. You know, definitely. For the future's sake, definitely go check up with a doctor, man, on that.
All right. Thank you for bringing that back around to the future.
Yeah. I mean,
we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing for me in the future, though, is that I don't think anything would be too crazy to happen. Everybody were always too afraid that something's going to happen. But, I mean, if anything, it's always good to look forward in the future with good hope.
A new hope.
Oh, yeah.
Or is it the Empire Strikes Back? I mean, what's the future hold?
Shit, when Emperor Palpatine turns into a female, yeah, that's Disney woke for you.
Is that something
Don't
that
worry, Trump
happened?
will take care of that.
All right, well, whatever.
Um,
I'm not getting into this.
yeah.
All right, thanks for calling, dude.
Okay. Yeah, no
All right.
problem, man. I don't mean to bring that up, but you have a good one. I'm glad to
All
caught on.
All right, you too. Bye-bye. All right, sweet. We're going to take a quick break now. I didn't say this at the top of the hour, or the top of the show, rather, but all the music from this stream is from Eirik Surhke. I don't know how to pronounce this fella's name, but it's the soundtrack from the game UFO 50. Very cool indie game, a big collection of 50 old-style retro games. I love it. I'm a gamer now. I don't know if I mentioned that, but I'm a dirty, disgusting gamer. A gamer gremlin, and I love UFO 50. It's a great game, and I like this music a lot, so I'm just gonna be playing it for the show. You can you can download this album on Bandcamp. The link to that is in the description of this video. We will be back in approximately 5 minutes with more calls on the future. Okay, we're back. Hey, check out this. The stream and all the call-in shows are sponsored by Chunk. ChunkMonthly.gumroad.com. Chunk, if you don't know what Chunk is, Jesus Christ, how many times do I have to say it? Chunk is a printing and publishing project that I make with Moxie Famous. We print and publish independent works of physical media. Things like comic books, it's a big one. Zines, CDs. Haven't done those in a while, but okay. Anyway, the point is you pay $10 a month and you get a chunk sent to you every month in the mail. It's a physical thing. We do it all in-house. There's been streams where we're working on chunks. I mean, you can find those on the channel. Moxie does everything, okay? He's got these printers. He's got 4 big printers. We print, we trim, staple, fold, and ship, I guess. All right, it's good shit right now. Something called the Chimney Fucker is the chunk of the month. It's by the artists Daily Obstruction and Bunky Num Nums. If you go in the description of this video, you can look at all that shit. I'm not going to show it right now, but yeah. Just go in the description. Or just type in with your fingers into the URL, chunkmonthly.gumroad.com, and you will see there's many chunks available to purchase at this very moment. Stickers as well, I forgot to mention. Lots of stickers, high-quality vinyl stickers, hand-laminated by yours truly. Okay? So these hands, damn, these hands have seen some things, have touched some sheets of cold laminate. All right, anyway, that's Chunk. We're gonna going back to calls now. If I could press this fucking button, Jesus Christ. All right, 518-288-7938. Calling now. We're talking about the future. Supposedly, but not always, apparently. But yes, we want to talk about the future today. The immediate future, the distant future, the mid-distant future.
Call from
Hey, Trey.
What? Hello?
Hey, hello?
Who's this?
This is Trey.
Patray?
No, just Trey.
Oh,
T-R-E-Y.
Okay. Trey.
Yeah, like I'm definitely not D.B. Cooper, and I'm definitely not fucking Danny Glover.
Okay. Trey. We're talking about the future. What do you have to say?
Well, I think in order for us to, this is just philosophical bullshit.
Okay.
I just think like in order for us to actually get to the future, we're gonna have to break down a lot of the walls that we've built up as humans, be it religion, gender, race, culture, and we have to remember that we're all family on the planet, and you know, if we don't come together, we're doomed.
So by bringing down these walls, what exactly are we talking about? Do you mean like people should abandon their principles?
No, I think that people should abandon negative bullshit like racism and prejudice.
Cool.
Subjugation of people who are deemed quote unquote lesser for whatever reason. That kind of thing.
there's some reasons we can call people lesser though, right?
Well, give me an example.
Child rapist.
Yeah, that's true. 100%.
All right, nice.
Some people get, you know, whatever, like death penalty or, you know, something. And I'm not going to be the dude who's going to sit here and say, can these people be reformed? I have no idea. I would hope so, you know. Like,
Sure.
I would like to believe they can be, but I think it's been pretty much shown in some cases that they just can't.
Right.
So
things
yeah,
are complicated,
I mean,
but
there's some shit like that we're going to have to work through, you know.
But you want understanding.
Yeah, man. I think that we need to open our minds and just fucking stop thinking we know things, you know, and stop like enforcing that on other people, whether you're a cop or whatever position you have in life. Like, you know, nobody fucking knows anything. We're all just fucking lost souls swimming in a void, you know, like who knows what anything is. It's up to us to keep our minds open and our hearts open so that we can make a better future. swimming in this void, you know?
Hell yeah. I hear you, brother. Counterpoint.
Sure.
You got to have some sort of structure or principles that you can fall back on, and maybe there are things that you should be closed-minded about under the circumstances that other people are trying to do evil things, like like you're saying racism and sexism or things like that are things that we should not tolerate, right?
Yeah.
So just, there's an example right there of like, there are things that you believe we shouldn't have understanding about.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think everything, obviously I'm no God, I don't know, like, the ultimate judgment.
You're not a God?
I think, I don't know, maybe I am, but
Nice.
but I will tell you this, just like you, Minute Hour,
Yeah.
is we have this medium, and we have this moment to tell people something, and when we have that kind of power, I think it should be used beyond anything that we believe, just to make a better fucking, it's like campground rules, leave it better than you found it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I would say what I certainly agree with you on in this philosophical idea is that we should try to come to understanding through communication. That seems to be the only way we could possibly have understanding, is if we're able to talk about whatever we want.
Yeah, because nobody has, like, the ultimate perspective, It's like the reason that we have human interaction at all is so we can learn and grow from each other. That's what I think.
No,
man, I love what you do, man. I think you're wonderful. I think everything, all the people you're collaborated with, and all you guys are amazing. And I also want to say your butt blood stuff.
Yeah.
I totally have that problem too.
Oh,
and
shit.
I went to the doctor.
What did he
and
say?
It turns out it was anal fissures. I had anal fissures, And basically, like, there's a lot of ways you can treat that. And, you got to eat better, and, your poops won't hurt and stuff, that kind of thing.
Do you know, can I treat it without medical intervention? Is that possible?
Yeah, just go to your doctor, and basically what she gave me was, like, something that you can buy over the counter. There's a few different types of digestive sort of over-the-counter things you can take to make your, basically make your poop softer so that your butt can heal from those fissures. If that's in fact what you have.
I mean, that could
that's
be.
That's what it was for me. It could be hemorrhoids, like the last dude said. Your water broke, and then you're pooping, like you're about to give a butt blood baby every time you go.
Maybe that's just, maybe I've been miscarrying every time I go to the bathroom.
You're just like pooping little minute hours, and you're flushing them down the toilet like some
without
kind
a
of
care in the world.
monster.
Yeah. Exactly. All right. Hey, man. Good talking to you.
You too, brother. Take care.
All right. Have a good one. 518-288-7938. I've been trying to get like the friggin' levels sort of equal between me and the callers this whole stream. I may have figured it out. I don't understand audio engineering, okay? People might think that I do because I make exclusively audio, but in fact, I don't. So I think it's better now. I don't know. You could say in the chat. I don't think I'll see it though, because I have to focus on these calls. Hello?
Call from
Charles.
Phil Childs? Is that what you said?
No. The topic that I want to talk about is pills. My name is Charles.
Charles. Pills?
This does relate to the future.
Okay. Go for it.
All right. So the only way to really know the future is to make it yourself. I'm some random guy out in the middle of the southwest of the United States, out in the desert. And when I'm not working, I am learning genetic engineering. I have been for the past 2 years.
Whoa.
And I have a spare room in my house. I've turned it into a laboratory. And I'm currently working on pills that...
okay, pills?
These pills, when you take them, you will gain muscle and you should hopefully lose fat.
You're just doing that?
Yeah, I'm just doing that in my spare time, and I'm going to make a business.
Are you
And I'm going to sell them for...
You taking these
Yeah.
pills?
I haven't taken them yet. It's based off of some research out of South Korea.
Okay.
I'm hoping to sell them for cheaper than Ozempic.
And undercut them?
What it is, what it is basically is I designed some DNA and I had some dudes print it up for like $500 and send it to me, and I'm going to put it into some bacteria, and it's basically putting a top hat onto some bacteria to like make them look bad. You're basically framing a part of your body as bacteria, and this part of your body is called myostatin, and it's what limits the amount of muscle that your body like produces naturally.
Uh-huh.
It's what causes your muscles to go away when you don't work out. So this should hopefully make people have more muscle, lose weight, and stuff like that. I just want to, make that.
Cool. First of all, love the premise here of the future is what you make of it, is what you're doing. Because a lot of people, when they talk about the future, they're all hopeless and they're all just, it's out of my control. But of course, we all are in control of the future.
Yeah.
Question, though.
Everyone,
what is the benefit of myostatin?
Myostatin is a protein that is naturally produced by your muscles to limit the amount of muscle that you carry on your frame. It was really useful when we were still in the wild and we had to worry about starvation, but we now have the exact opposite issue. Yeah,
So-
where everyone's getting obese.
So is there, if say you develop this with such perfect precision that you just got rid of all the myostatin in your body, what would happen in that scenario?
This would not get rid of all the myostatin. What it actually does is it makes your immune system clip onto it and deactivate it, but it drastically reduces the amount. But let's say in a perfect world where you do get rid of all of it, there are people out there that don't have working myostatin genes, and they just look like bodybuilders.
Oh, shit. So we could just be
It's a real thing.
hot, muscly dudes.
Yeah, just one pill. I'm thinking like maybe $1,000 to $600 a year supply.
Okay. How often do you have to take it?
I'd say probably like once a month.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, this is bizarre to hear. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I don't have any science background, so I can't really question any of it. But I hope that it works out. I want to take that pill.
Yeah, me too. I'm hoping to have it in trials and mice by the. I'm hoping by the end of the year, but I'm probably not going to hit that. I'm hoping probably before August. And this would work on anything that has a spine because of just biology. So you could use this on cows, fish, all sorts of stuff.
Whoa. That's
Make
not.
more meat.
We don't want that, do we? We don't want super muscly animals. They could kill us.
You'd get leaner meat that would be healthier to eat, and you'd get more of it. Probably.
But I like fat. What about the marbling, dude?
Cooking butter.
You know what? This is so typical. You know, some sciencey guy's got a good idea and then he takes it way too far. Okay, just give the dudes, just give it for the
Hey,
fellas,
I'm
my
just giving you
friend.
more options. Now you got leaner beef and you got normal beef.
All right, that's fair. Yeah, you could have a special farm that's just for the muscly cows and chickens.
Yeah.
Wait, do chickens have a spine?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
It's not based on if they have a spine. It's a weird part of the intestine called the Peyer's patch that makes this whole thing work. But basically, anything with a spine has that. So that's what I use as shorthand.
I got you. All right, well, dude, that's awesome. What a bizarre
I love your
thing to hear.
I want to say you can be a scud. And
Hell
you,
yeah.
and you, and you. Yeah.
Have a good one, dude.
All right. See you, man.
Call from
Rebecca.
Rebecca.
Hey. Can you hear me?
Hello. We're talking about the future today.
Yeah, it's nice to be on here. Long time listener, first time caller. I
hey.
just wanted to shout out the music choice. I fucking love UFO 50. It's my game of the year so far. It's great.
Hell yeah. How many
like
hours?
100 hours in it.
Dude, nice.
Like 100. Yeah.
Me
Shout out
too.
Mooncat.
Haven't beat it yet, but it's very cool.
But yeah, I don't know. I think the future, is interesting. I don't want to make this a political conversation because I'm sure a lot of people are going to do it. But I'm one of the types of people that our good buddy who won has kind of been railing against this entire election.
Oh, I see.
And I think a lot of my friends who are in that group are kind of panicking. They're all like, "Oh, we're all gonna fucking die. We're all gonna get sent in camps." And I don't know. I don't think that's true. I think a lot of people are kind of worrying and fear mongering about stuff that won't be that crazy, And I think at most, like it'll probably just be harder to get pills, and like I can deal with that, And
I feel like I know what you're talking about. Do you want to be more explicit here for the audience?
Yeah. Trans women, the trans people in general,
Yeah.
a lot of targeting towards trans stuff. And I got a lot of trans friends. I know multiple of them listen to this show.
Nice.
One of them introduced me to your stuff.
Hell yeah.
And I don't know. It's kind of, a lot of people are panicking, but I think you just got to make the most of it. I've been working on projects, and we gotta have hope for the future. I think things are gonna be pretty cool. I think there are gonna be lots of good movies coming out, and that's what you gotta hope for. You just gotta keep it going, even if this shit sucks.
So you've got some reservations, but you're not going full on freak out mode.
Yeah. I think you shouldn't really. I think you gotta just stay calm. Hope for the best, and you just gotta try. And that's, I don't know. I think in general, it's just like, it's very easy to get panicky about the future. I think even without something like this, it's very easy to get anxious and just think that the world's gonna end, because shit sucks for one day, or you're gonna get fired, or you're gonna, get run over by a car or something. And that usually doesn't happen. Usually you're just the same boring, lame shit.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen, depending on how long you've lived, there's been a lot of purportedly very consequential elections that led to basically no difference in anything.
Yeah.
Well, so do you think, do you get pushback, or do you, I don't know what to say. It's like, is it...
Nothing you could say will offend me.
Is it important to be like part of a resistance?
Oh shit! Oh no!
Oh my god!
No.
Oh shit!
I pressed my sound pad. No!
Oh my god!
There we go.
Getting right back into it. Is it important? Is there some value in being like a resistance, a person who's gonna be like, I'm just gonna be focused 100% on resisting everything that goes against my beliefs here? Or it seems like you probably are more towards the, like, I'm gonna just go with it.
It's nice to like say something. I'm a part of some groups. I've done some union work, and it's helpful. It does make some change, at least a little bit. And I think that it's nice to like have that in your life, but also you just gotta like be aware that like politics isn't the end all be all, and your life is not going to end by a guy you disagree with being in the White House, and you gotta fight a little bit, and because it's useful to fight, and and you can make small changes, especially in your local area. And if you care at all about this, I would heavily recommend, looking into like local groups who are willing to do like protests and like propositions and stuff like that to try to keep shit.
Which is a great point, because, that's where you can affect the most change, is in your local community.
Yeah.
Because by like the numbers, the percentages, you're a greater percentage of the local community than you are of the country.
Yeah, you're never going to be able to, change America or change the world, but you're probably going to be able to like, do a little something for your hometown, and that's nice.
All right, so that's good. So you've got a pretty optimistic outlook on this.
Yeah, I generally think so. It's mostly just, I'm working on stuff, and I think the fact that I'm working on things and not just sleeping in bed all day helps enough that the world's not ending. My own life is changing, and that's all that should matter.
What you working on?
I've been working on a little like short film screenplay with some friends. I've been doing some work with some like Adult Swim people. Hopefully hopefully things are gonna happen. We'll see.
Very cool. That's good to hear. So yeah, like that's a good just piece of advice for anybody who's upset about anything is just start working on some shit and get yourself so you don't have to think about it all the time, all the things that you're upset about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it was good talking to you, man.
Of course, yeah.
All right.
It's
bye.
fine. You can say won't offend me.
I'm sorry.
Bye.
518-288-7938. I just call everybody man, okay? That wasn't an attack. And it wasn't taken as such. Just whatever. 518-288-7938. Call in now. We're talking about the future. Is it good? Is it bad? Is it rad? Is it sad? Is it a tad depressing? Or is it a lad pressing my buttons? Hello?
Hey, hello there, brother. How's it going?
Good, sir. What was your name? Jill? Joe?
Well, it's old Jim.
Oh, Jim. God, I've not gotten a name right on this stream yet. All right. Jim, we're talking about the future. What's up? What do you guys say?
Oh, the future's bright, brother. It sounds like things are going pretty good for you too, eh? You got some kind of video game thing going on or something?
Oh yeah, things are good. I have work for the first time in years.
Congrats. Is it meaningful work? Is it something you feel like it's just like a retail job or something?
No, yeah, absolutely.
Feel purpose in?
I believe in it.
Well, hell yeah, brother. Hey, it's been a while. I'm glad you're doing good, man. It's good to hear from you. It turned into the hemorrhoid hour there for a second, but,
Yeah.
How's that going for you?
I mean, I don't know what else I can say about it. It's the same right now. I bleed every time I shit.
Frequency or anything there? Just kind of light red? Have you tried any creams?
No. What kind of cream? What does a cream do? So I can seal up the hole?
Lubricate, Well,
Oh.
I don't know. I'm kind of a firm believer in Vaseline.
Okay.
That'd
So
be
just
pretty
apply
key.
that directly to the hole. See what happens.
Yeah, you're gonna want to be generous. Usually a tube would suffice. It's probably like $10 at like CVS or something. Probably a coupon be a little cheaper, but I mean, hell, that'd be thousands of dollars in a medical bill or something.
Well, so what is it? But wouldn't I mean? Am I just gonna end up with a bunch of Vaseline-covered shits?
Well, I mean, what goes into the bowl, there's no sense stirring it. But, I mean, it sounds like you just got some bruised or torn tissue, and it's just, you can't heal because you keep shitting all the time, brother.
I do. It's like 4 times a day.
Yeah, ointment, man. Lubricate that shit. But anyway, I mean,
Okay.
it sounds like the future's going pretty good for you. I can't complain here either, man. I had me a son since the last call-in.
Oh, my God. A baby boy?
Little boy. Baby boy. He's a spitting image of his old man.
What's his name?
His name's Liam.
Wow. That's magical.
It is magical until he's shitting all the time. I mean, good Lord, I got to check his booty hole. I never thought being a father I'd have to keep looking at a child's ass all the time, but
Oh, yeah.
you can't let that stuff get too red or, I don't know, that's
Yeah, you
complicated.
can't let it slide. You got to get in there and just investigate.
You do, man. I mean, you got to really take care of these little things. They don't know what's going on. They get all red down there. And you got to explain that to the doctor the next time you go in. Yeah.
Let me ask you this: is he a baby now?
He's a baby. Yeah, he's a little guy. He's only a few months old.
And do you talk to him?
Yeah, I think that's important, It's nothing like little baby sounds. I have full conversations. I tell him who the next president of the United States is going to be and how important that is. And, he looks up to me with bright eyes, and he don't understand, but I think he kind of feels what I'm getting at. You know what I mean?
I see. Yeah. So you just talk to him like an adult. That's cool. Does he talk back?
He's little people. I mean, he's starting to. He's still a little baby, he's figuring it out. But,
Do you
I
like
gotta
try to
admit,
translate? Oh, sorry, go on.
Well, I had no idea. I heard people say, when you have a kid, everything changes, but I had no idea. When I first saw him and he started making little sounds and stuff, I mean, I don't know how to explain it, man. It's just like everything's changed. It's the most adorable thing I've ever heard.
Do you translate those sounds in your heads? Like you're having a conversation, a sort of one-sided conversation, but do you maybe fill in the blanks a bit so that you can make it a little easier to converse?
It's a pure thing. It's something you see raw, and you play, like you're playing Tea Party or something like a kid, cops and robbers or whatever. You just kind of fill the role and pretend and roll along, but it's just, I don't know, it's kind of magical to see him figure it out and learn on his own and start to say some things and respond and read your stuff. I don't know, man.
What's something you think that you can tell that he's learned at this point?
He learned how to laugh. He's learned humor, and I think that's really important. You got to have some kind of positive outlook on life. You got to be able to laugh at things. If he's learned that this early, I think he's pretty well set.
Dude, when a baby laughs, I mean, that's like everybody's going to start just laughing and crying immediately.
Oh, my goodness, brother. I don't know. You ever thought about having kids?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Someday.
It's crazy. I never thought I'd have one. We tried a few times, and it didn't happen, and we got kind of concerned, but it just kind of worked out. I mean, we're in our 30s now, but I think it all just kind of worked out,
Well, that's good, You don't need to rush into it.
There's a future.
When the
That's
time
all
is
I'm
right.
saying, it's easy to think about yourself and things you can see on your level, but when you have a little life and you know that after you're gone, there's a potential to carry on what you had and your forefathers had, and maybe that's good, maybe that's bad, but it's kind of up to him, and it's fun watching him figure it out.
I do think to make a pro-child argument here, I do think there's a big positive element of having a kid, because it's like now all of a sudden you have a much bigger vested interest in the future. If you don't, it's like, I'll just die someday and I don't give a shit, or I'll kill myself. But like, if you have a kid, then it's like, well, now I better do something to make the future better, or else like I'm just screwing over my kid.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's something we've had to think about. I didn't really have a stake in anything politically lately, but now I got to start thinking, well, what gender goes into what restroom, and how am I supposed to tell him? I don't know.
And he's he's a boy now, but who knows?
Exactly. I thought about that. My father, his grandpa, he would have never stood for such a thing as thinking you could put a dress on and get away with it. But, I think I stare at this little guy, look in his eyes, and I think, well, if you want to be a missus, then God damn it, I'll address you as such, daughter.
Well, that's nice. All right, Jim, great to hear from you.
Hey, great to hear from you too, man. Good things ahead, right? You're talking about maybe another Paul-in style, something coming up?
Yeah, there's lots of stuff coming. I wanted to debut a new call-in thing before doing a new show, but it's not ready yet. But so I just decided to say fuck it and do the old style show. But yeah, there's new stuff coming. And congratulations, Jim.
Hey, hell yeah, brother. Good to hear from you. God bless.
All right, have a good one now. Bye. Okay, 518-288-7938. We're talking about the future. If I get a call in the next 5 seconds, I will take it. If not, I'm going to take a break. And here it is. You win. Let's see.
Call from
Amber.
Amber.
Hello.
Hello, we are talking about the future today. What do you think is going to happen?
I actually wanted to ask you a really important question.
Oh?
Yes, about the future.
Okay. I'm ready.
How would you feel if you knew, like if you, yourself, you, Mr. Minute Hour, knew that you specifically influenced the future in a really big way?
In a really big way?
Yeah.
In a really good way?
Yeah, a really good way.
Oh, I'd feel great. What about a really bad way?
Well, I suppose that's possible too. How would you feel about that?
I'd feel bad.
Well, what if it was a little bit of good and a little bit of bad?
Yeah, I'd feel okay about that.
Say it's mostly good and some a little bad.
I'd feel pretty good about that.
Huh. That's good, because I gotta say, what was it? One of the songs you made, the Federal Sports Protection Commission.
Oh, yeah.
FSPC.
Yeah.
Me and
What
my
about it?
husband listen to it whenever we're feeling down.
Oh, nice. I
It really
forgot
helps us
about that
get
one.
through, you know. Really? Why would you forget about it?
I don't know. I just haven't listened to it in a while.
Well, we listen to it a lot.
That's awesome.
Me especially. It helps us get through our experiments.
Your what?
Experiments.
What are you doing? What are you experimenting on?
Myostatin.
Oh, are you? Is this real?
Yeah, I'm his wife.
Oh my God, dude! So you're at ground zero here of the future.
Yep, ground zero. And I just wanted to tell you because I know that he verbally flashbanged you with all the information he said.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a joke at first, but I'm glad it's not. I'm glad someone's taking matters into their own hands.
Oh no, if it was a joke, I mean, it's been a long 2-year joke, I'll tell you what.
Mm-hmm. How's it going? What's the prognosis? You think this is gonna all happen? This is gonna work? Do you think you'll get shut down by big pharma? Big farted, you know?
Well, I know that we're going to encounter a lot of roadblocks, a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like we're going to fall on our asses and our faces quite a lot. But we're going to keep trying, no matter what.
I love the ambition.
Because it's not the thing that gets us there. It's the principle of the matter, you know? Even if we fail over and over again, we'll keep trying.
The principle is that people should be more muscular.
The principle is that it doesn't matter if it's possible or not, because that was never the point.
That's almost cryptic.
I just wanted to tell you thank you because it's been a long journey and we're almost at endgame. Like you said, hopefully we can get it done before the end of the year.
That's fucking awesome. I mean, I appreciate you saying that to me. I'm just making entertainment for the internet, so I don't have a very inflated sense of the impact that has on the world. What you guys are doing is experimenting in your house with DNA and pills. It seems a lot more significant. So thank you for being so ambitious and having big ideas and following through on them.
It's really easy to be pessimistic. And I think somebody said once that anything that's worth doing is hard. And it's hard to be optimistic. But that's why we do it.
All right, hell yeah. That's a good message for the future then. All right, well, thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
And good luck with this project. And you're already hung up, but if you're still listening, send me an email. I want to give me one of these sample pills. I mean, fuck the rat trials, dude. Just send it to me. I'm on the way out, guys. I'm bleeding out my butt till death. So if you got any experimental medications you're working on in your garage, send them to me. I'll try them out. I'll give you some feedback. I love giving feedback. I'll take pics. I'll take some pics of my body and just before and after, just let you see what's happening. I'll take some pics of that bowl too if you want to see that. maybe give some advice. Okay, we're taking a break now. We'll be back in a few minutes. All the music from the stream is from UFO 50, a great game if you're interested in gaming and independent projects. It's probably the best value game that exists in the world. So it's a good use of your money if you like gaming. If you don't, then just, obviously just don't do that. Okay, we'll be back soon. And we are back. This is the Colin Show. We are talking about the future of the world, your community, your personal projects, perhaps. Someone's working on a short film screenplay. Someone else is working on a pill to make people into muscular beings, more muscular than before.
Call from
Ty.
Ty?
Oh, hey.
Was that correct?
Is this a minty hors d'oeuvre? Oh, is this a minute hour? There.
Yes.
That's correct. Yeah, that's my name. Ty.
Okay, what's up, dude? We're talking about the future.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on with the future, man. I think everything's just kind of, same. More of the same.
Same. No difference.
You gotta hope, right? That,
What's the future you hope for?
Future I hope for, seeing a lot of cool, new, fun animation content on the internet.
All right, hell yeah. We can help with that.
Yeah, that's good. I don't think that should keep happening. I know the internet archive was down for a bit. Saw that.
Yeah, I saw that too. That was a bummer. They're back now, right?
Yeah, they are. I assume it's hackers. I don't know what kind of hackers.
Are you looking forward to a? Do you want
obviously it's got
a hacker-free future?
No. Hacker. I mean, more hackers. Just
Just nicer
that's
hackers.
a lot of power for a hacker.
Yeah.
no.
Hack the government.
It could have been a good reason. Yeah. Well, that's pretty cool too. It could have been a good reason that all that information was gone. It just gets a bit spooky because it's information is the last bastion of something to
I mean, hey, that's just provokes an interesting point in my head. The Internet Archive, think of that as a positive thing because we want to be able to see stuff, after it gets deleted. But hey, what if it should be deleted? Why are you holding on to that shit? Why are you keeping that tweet that I sent? I tried to delete that shit.
Yeah, I'd think it's probably better to just have all the information all the time, but I also, I can understand why people would say, oh, well, we're going to make a statement by doing something crazy like that.
All right, well, I really don't
It's not
know
even
at
too
all.
crazy. It's not like somebody's friggin', doing something real crazy like just hackers, I mean, it's good. I mean, it's good on them. I figured information databases got to have some good.
Do you think
defenses
we
against
should do?
that.
Are you looking forward to more or less space shit in the future?
More space shit sounds cool. I mean, as long as it's like relevant, going back to the moon or bringing the moon to us or doing something like that.
You don't want to search for remnants of Wakanda in space.
I mean, that'd be pretty cool. I don't know what we're gonna find in terms of that. I feel like we gotta look for at home more
Yeah, we got to look in the ocean, dude.
Yeah, it could. Well, yeah, actually,
We got all this space right here, and it's called the Blue Deep.
Yeah, the big blue ocean. So I mean, do that. Do a water force too.
A what?
Like a water. I mean, some we're talking like space force, right?
Oh,
We
force.
gotta
I thought you
kill all
said
the
forest.
aliens.
I thought you were saying
We
a
should
water
do a space force so we can. A water
dude.
force, like a water.
Yeah,
like we got to go into the ocean and.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean,
We
we're
gotta
always
make diplomatic connection with the fish in the ocean.
just. Why don't they just? They got those rockets, right? And they're always on the beach. Why don't they just point them into the ocean and fucking light that shit off? See what happens.
That'd be pretty good. I don't know if you'd get very far, but you know.
Do you think there should be more crazy shit like that though, where people are just like, "Hey, we don't know what's gonna happen. Let's just give it a shot, and maybe it'll all explode, but at least we can say we tried."
Yeah, I mean that's pretty cool.
I would think so.
It's just, you know, as long as we're doing it right, you know, or I guess, you know, we could do it whatever way.
I'm saying we should do more things. I'm saying let's stop being afraid of doing things wrong. Let's just do some crazy shit and see what happens.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Like tearing down the White House or something.
Exactly, dude. Like, that was some crazy shit. That was cool to see. Like, it was exciting.
Oh, yeah, no, not in that way. I guess
Oh, a different one. Okay, different. All right, well,
Yeah.
whatever. But, you know, but still, it was pretty cool. Like, people like, we're going to hang the vice president. That's pretty cool.
I mean, I guess in a way.
It's
in
unique.
the same way Gigi Allen's cool, it's cool.
What's that? GDL?
Gigi Allen, you know. Like Eric Andre.
Oh, I don't
Like,
know.
as
Sorry.
far as crazy stuff happening, it's cool when crazy stuff happens, but I'm not going to say we need more Unabombers or...
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Totally fair. I don't want people to die, but, you know, I'm just saying, like, if that happened, it would be pretty cool. Not cool doesn't mean good, but it just means, like...
would make the news.
Exactly. It'd be exciting.
It's got to be on a smaller scale. You got to like blow up trees and stuff.
Yeah, like blow up a mountain.
Yeah, they could do that. And it might end up with some nose rubble or something.
But everyone's so scared, you know, that we don't want to affect the environment. But, like, what would happen if we just dug a 10-mile hole and started throwing all our garbage in it?
That'd be pretty cool. But then when the water rises, then it's raft, like Waterworld.
Yeah. Dude, that's all right. Well, they should put more thought into it than I did, but I'm just saying.
The Waterworld territory, so.
All right, yeah, I
Sorry
guess
about that.
it's hard to say. All right, well, hey man, thanks for calling in. I hope this future occurs, whatever we just defined.
Enjoying the stream, enjoying the future.
All right, thank you. You too. Bye bye. 518-288-7938. I'm just saying, I want more cool things to happen. Things are kind of boring in general, so like if someone blew up a whole mountain and turned it into a lake, you know, maybe it's not a good idea, but it would be cool.
Call from
David.
Hi.
We're talking about the future today. What do you have to say about the future?
First of all, I want to talk about something that a couple callers back was saying.
Okay, please.
Like, first of all, talking about how we need to stop racism and sexism.
Oh, okay. You
yeah,
disagree?
That is no. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. But like just everybody's saying that all the time, like in the media and calling people racists, you know, who aren't actually racists,
right,
is not good. You know, of course, racism and sexism is, you know, evil. But that's like saying, being a pedophile is bad. Like, duh, no shit.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say. Okay, never mind. Go on.
No, it's like it doesn't.
It's like
have to
saying
be
a
said.
pedophile's bad. Like it's up for debate, dude.
No, it's terrible, you know, and
Right.
and it's not up for discussion. The problem is that people are spouting this all the time and calling people racist and sexist just because of something that they believe, you know, or take something they said out of context.
Sure.
And, you know, and there's been violence because of it. You know, there isn't as many racists and sexists in this world that the people are saying, people being the media mostly. You know,
Yeah, I mean,
and
as a
political opponents.
general point, like maybe not everyone agrees with this, but there are fewer racists and sexists now than there ever have been.
Right, exactly. You know, and just saying that stuff is just of course being racist and sexist is terrible, you know, but talking about like it's a big problem these days is not healthy. I mean, a man was shot at like 2 or 3 times because they think he's literally Hitler, you know.
Oh, you're talking about Donald Trump.
Maybe.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's sort of like the, you know, because of what you're talking about, racism and sexism, we get it. They're obviously wrong, and so that's why it's an effective thing to call someone, because someone's going to be like, okay, so he's racist and sexist, so what? Get over it. Like, you got to defend that.
Right. Yeah, right, exactly. Anyway, I didn't want to call and talk about you know, political stuff, or that at least. And the other thing that guy was saying at the beginning of his call, he said that we need to, you know, come together, right?
Yeah, right now.
And I definitely disagree with that. I think,
oh,
first of all, it's disgusting. The only person I want to come together with is my wife when I have one.
Yeah.
You know, and
that's good.
I don't want to come together with anybody. Not you, not Legato, nobody.
Yeah. Like, what are the implications of that? Of everyone coming together all at once?
It's just I don't even want to think about it because it's just nasty. A big mess.
But maybe there's a use.
Who's gonna clean that up?
Well, that's a good question. But maybe like there's a way to harness that energy. Maybe that's an alternative energy source.
Yeah, like maybe the pedophiles and the sexists and the rapists, they could get together. They could come together and get out that rage, you know.
Dude, I gotta say, you know, I take a little bit of umbrage with lumping together pedophiles, rapists, and sexists. I mean, sexism isn't that bad.
Okay, I mean, yeah, that's fine. It's up for debate.
I mean, I'm just saying, practice what you preach here. You're trying not to lump people together and stuff, and then make these accusations. So let's just say one of those things is not exactly like the other.
Fine.
Okay, good.
Okay. The real thing I want to talk about is the future, of course, and the book of Revelations in the Bible.
Oh, cool.
Because people think a lot of people think that it's happening now, right? Like we're in the end times, or the end times is still coming, stuff like that. I mean, of course, the end times we're not at the end times, but a lot of Christians that I talk to think that most of the stuff in Revelations is stuff that is still yet to happen, like a river, the Euphrates, you know, drying up, and the Jews coming back to Israel, and then the Antichrist coming by and killing like 2/3 of them, right?
Yeah.
And all that stuff. All that stuff in almost everything in the book of Revelations already happened.
Oh, when did the 2/3 thing happen?
That I believe was way back in the day when the Romans, you know, killed the Jews and took over Israel.
Oh,
but everything
Dude,
happened in like what, 70 AD or something like that. It happened
this is
a long
a
time ago.
slow burn of a end of the world.
Well, yeah. I mean,
or are you saying that rapture? You saying that it already happened and we're living in the post Revelation?
No.
Okay.
No, the rapture and all that, like it's not going to be like, you know, like what's that book series or movie or whatever, you know, it's
Harry Potter.
Everybody. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Everybody's not going to, all the Christians aren't going to go up into heaven, and then all the sinners are going to be here for, what was it? You know, a while, you know, and then eventually the earth will get destroyed. That's not what I understand it to be. What'll happen is everybody, all the Christians, or you know, the real Christians, will just poof. They're just gone, and it's a blink of an eye. Nobody's gonna be able to notice when it happened, and then everybody will be judged for their sins, and if they love the Lord or not, you know. And then there will be a new heaven and a new earth. Like right now, everybody who's already dead, they're in heaven. But then when Christ comes back and there's a new heaven and a new earth, then everybody will be on that new earth, and it'll be just gravy.
Wait a second. I got lost there. The people who are in heaven now are gonna come. They're gonna be the new earth. They're gonna be the population of the
they're
new...
in. They're them and everybody who is alive now who dies before Christ comes back, and then during the end times, when, or quote unquote the end times, just when Christ comes back, everybody in heaven now and everybody here on earth who are Christians will all meet up on the new earth.
So things are looking good. Everything's going according to plan.
Yes, I think so. And
is there anything that could screw up that plan? Is that even possible? Could we have like a new... Do you think you could have like a new Satan, like someone who's like better, even more powerful than Satan, who's just like a new one? Because Satan's been the guy since forever. But like, what if there was a even better Satan 2, was even more powerful, more muscular? He's taking these pills that guy is making.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I want some of those pills.
Me too, dude.
Yeah, man.
But would that like throw a wrench in the works and be like, oh, we didn't think about this, dude? Satan 2 is fucking everything up.
Yeah, that would definitely put a wrench in what we know now, because it's never in the it was never mentioned in the Bible.
Right.
Satan 2, you know, and you know, maybe people think the Antichrist, you know, might be that, but the Antichrist, it appears I believe that was Emperor Caesar Nero.
Oh.
And he's long gone.
And didn't really... I never even think about that guy. He doesn't affect my life at all.
Right, and so there's not going to be some Antichrist coming anytime soon or ever, right? And people think taking the vaccination is like getting the mark of the devil, you know, 666 and all that stuff, and that I have never gotten the vaccination, but not because of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think just by virtue of saying that, you got this stream blocked worldwide.
Whoopsie daisies. This is on its way, right? You could just like cut it out. Right?
It's too late, dude. It's too late. No, I mean, hey, what are you gonna do? This happens. All right, hey, David. Thanks for calling in.
Hey, thanks. It's always good to talk to you, my guy.
You too. Have a good one, man.
All right, you too. Bye.
518-288-7938. We're talking about the future. I am going to listen to you talk to me about the future. Whatever you think the future might be. Everyone's got their own version. That was a more religious interpretation. We've heard some other interpretations. And that's all we're doing today, is just interpreting. We're looking at the tea leaves, whatever that means. I've heard that before.
Call from
Andrew.
Andrew, how's it going?
Hey, shit. I did not expect to get on. I was about to take off.
Oh.
I'm doing good. How are you?
Do you have time to talk?
Yeah, I do.
All right.
Drop my dog off at a buddy's.
I'm good. We're talking about the future. What do you got to say about it?
Yeah. I am excited for the future.
Nice.
The presidential stuff, I could go either way on. I think he did some okay stuff, but I don't want to talk politics.
Okay.
Politics suck for everybody. tomorrow I'm gonna go to a steak contest and eat some really good steak. And I've been losing weight. And what else? Oh, I'm going to a tech conference in Orlando, Florida, and on the week of the 18th. So I got a lot of cool stuff coming up.
Yeah, your immediate future is jam-packed with cool events.
Yeah.
Tell me about this steak contest. How's that work?
So a few months ago, I got really drunk with some friends, got home. I was just like messing around on Reddit, and I don't know how I found it, but you can become a steak judge for like $60 in a 3-hour class. And I was like, no way, really? And sure enough, on this 4th of July, I became a steak judge. So I've been to a couple different events, and these are like cooks that travel the country. So they're all like straight up pros, and they make really good steak.
Tell me about the certification process. What was that like?
It's since it's all like really subjective, it's exactly what I just described. It's a 3-hour class, and then it's all like that. They kind of give you some
But what'd you learn?
They give you like a card that like is for doneness. Like this is what I think medium rare steak should look like, and then beyond that, it's all you. If you like more spice or less spice, or what kind of seasoning you like.
You needed a class for that, dude?
Yeah.
To learn what medium rare steak looks like, and then the rest of it, 2 hours and 45 minutes. It's just like, and what do you like in a steak?
It's a lot of the classes how they do the tabling and the judging. So like, hey, in your line of 5 judges, like this is how you pass. So it's all like standardized and stuff. Yeah, I'm not gonna say it's a joke, but I've gotten a lot of like really good food out of it. So,
all right. So you paid $60 for this class, which some initially might say you got scammed, but tell us why you didn't, because when you're judging these things, you're not paying a judge, are you?
No.
So, dude, you're getting free steak.
Oh yeah, I'm getting free steak. I've been to, I think this will be my 4th event.
Wow.
But there's some people that have gone to like Worlds, so that they have judged at Worlds. Like, yeah, these are literally like, I got steaks from the best cooks in the entire world, and all I had to do was like to fly to Texas or something. So I don't know if I'll get to that point, but it'd be pretty cool.
You have to pay to fly to Texas, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess it's not totally free, but still, I mean, I had no idea this sort of thing existed at all.
Yeah, Jeff me just kind of stumbled upon something cool like that.
Where do we go?
It's been fun.
If we just search Google steak judge me, right now.
I think it's Steak Cook-Off Association, so SCA.
Oh, cool.
And there's another one. I forget what the other one's called that they do. I think they're more like brisket, but they don't just do steak. They do like ribs and stuff too. The one I'm doing tomorrow is steak, ribs, and I forget what the other thing is.
You know, I never really thought hard about this, like food judging competitions. Like you see these sorts of things on food products, like it was judged by some judging body. I guess I just assumed that it was like respected cooks or chefs that were judging it, but it's just anybody who goes and looks online and pays $60.
In this case, yeah, there might be some more like official established, like I think the Michelin's, they're like a Michelin rating for like restaurants.
Oh, right.
I assume that's more official, but this is kind of, I guess I was going to say it's, sorry, go ahead.
No, you just can't take like a 3-hour Michelin course and start awarding stars as you see fit.
Right. I assume. I might be wrong. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know about this one.
That's fucking awesome, man. I'm intrigued. What about this tech conference? What's that about? You judging that?
Yeah, so no, my work is sending me to a conference in Orlando. It's like the beginning of the year we do like, hey, here's what you're going to try to do. And every year I've been there for 3 years. So every year they're always like, oh, we had the budget to send you to a conference and nobody went. And I was like, you know what? I'm fucking using that budget this year. Send me to Orlando. And I didn't think they were going to go for it. And they did.
What is this sort of conference? It's like a trade show type thing or what?
I haven't been to one before, so I'm it looks like there's like sessions where like we're gonna go over this technology and here's some stuff like you haven't seen before.
That's cool. You get to
like
see
a big workshop, so
behind the curtain, some cutting edge shit.
Yeah, I'm excited.
That's awesome.
I'm gonna hang out in Florida for 4 days. Cause Midwest is cold right now. So.
Yeah, hell yeah, that's awesome. So your future is bright.
Yeah, not too bad.
Cool. Well, do you have any advice for people on how to get a cool future like yours?
I don't know. Chin up, I guess.
Yeah.
Don't get bogged down in, well, my person didn't win or whatever. I don't know. I did want to ask you, what is your favorite UFO 50 game right now?
Ooh, I really love pin golf. I took some time to get really good at that, and now I'm so good at pin golf. But I like a lot of them. I did the perfect run on Rock on Island. I really like Overworld, Waldorf's Journey, Bug, I forget what it's called, Bug Hunter, Party House. There's so many great games in there, dude. I can't pick a favorite. I won't.
Was playing. I just started listening to the stream. I was playing Camouflage. That one's fun.
Oh yeah.
It's sort of a puzzle game. And then a friend of mine and I played I forget what it's called. It's like a haunted house, like point and click haunted house game.
Yeah. Night Manor.
Yeah. And the last one that we played was really fun. Was like a horse racing game. I think it was like Quibble Race.
Oh yeah, I've only played a little bit of that one so far, but I'm excited to get into that one for real.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, I mean it's awesome. There's a lot of games in there that I have played for like 1 minute and I'm just like, no thanks, I don't care. But there's also a lot of games in there I played for like 10 to 20 hours, so that's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, thanks for calling in, man.
Cool, thank you.
All right, have a good one. 518-288-7938. We're talking about the future. Call now. Call now. Call now. Still a lot more UFO 50 music to get through, so I feel like I should do less calls, more breaks. That's the new version of Andrew Callahan's show. Less calls, more breaks. All right, no one's calling in. No one's calling in. This is my chance. I'm taking it. You got 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, okay, we're taking a break. All the music from the show is from UFO 50, like we were just talking about. Go on the link, Bandcamp. You can download this album. Also, stream is sponsored by Chunk. Go in the description, click on the link, chunkmonthly.gumroad.com. You can buy The Chimney Fucker by Daily Obstruction and Monkey Num Nums. We're going to be doing this stream for a bit longer. I don't know. I still have several beers left, so theoretically we could keep going, but we'll just see. We'll see how it goes. All right. We'll be right back. And we are back. Okay. The call-in show is back. You can call in now, 518-288-7938. Just do it. Just freaking call in, bro. Stop waffling. Stop waiting. Start dialing. Dude or ma'am. Ma'am, call in. We're talking about the future today. The future of us. The future of you. The future of me. We already know where that's going. It's going in the Red Bull. Whoa. I got a call. Here we go.
Call from.
Oh, fuck, that's loud. Oh, it's your friend Pony.
Hello, Tony.
Hey.
Hey.
Oh, that thing's fucking loud, dude.
What part?
When it's like, leave your name for the thing. At first it goes,
oh shit! I'm sorry. It's supposed to like erase your mind so you forget everything you were going to talk about.
If that happens to every caller, that's fucked up.
Yeah, sorry, dude. I made it do that. All right.
But the future?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's almost like people call in just to talk to you.
Just a what?
Just to talk to you, whether or not they have knowledge pertinent to the topic.
I hope that's not true. This is a topic where no knowledge is required. It's entirely your opinion.
Do you have a Well, this is related to the topic. Do you have a Steam account, buddy?
I do.
A little Steam account? You look at everything on there, everything, even the stuff for you have to put the filters off. You know what I'm saying?
No, I've got the filters on.
Porno, hentai, cock and pussy RPG games, dude.
Yeah, I got the filters protecting me from that.
Yeah, it's funny at first until you realize like how far it goes. Like they've like fucking. It's not only like not. Well, it's still taboo, of course. It's fucking horrible, but there's just way too many people making those things. It's like not funny anymore.
What are some of the bad ones you've heard or seen?
The last one I saw like years ago. It's been years, but I still think about like the degeneracy is progressing. Just because you're not looking at it doesn't mean the problem goes away.
Mm-hmm.
Like pretty much any problem that's been in the news, there's almost never a follow up that's like we fixed it. It's just like that thing's just going on.
We
now.
forgot about that.
They're not like we figured out that homeless thing you read about. It's like no, it's just. I mean, you just hear about it forever.
So what are some of the
first thing I saw was it was a PvP furry fuck game.
Oh, PvP? Like
Yeah, PvP, like multiplayer, like
penis, vagina,
I didn't look at it too hard. It was like the sun. It was like you don't want to look at it too hard, it's just gonna hurt you. So
Is the gameplay furry sex?
Yes. It looked like there was gameplay and like that was also part of it, like in engine. Like in Unreal. Like,
wow.
Dude, I swear I saw like 10 seconds before I was like, I can't even look at it.
Like
just knowing that people are playing this together. They're like, I don't know. You want to know the mechanics? Or is this going to be the follow-up questions? I don't know if the loser is the one that gets fucked, if it's like rapey. I don't know how bad it is. I just think about where it's going to be in 20 years.
Well, I'm so curious about the mechanics.
It's like pedo shit.
Like
team pedo shit.
Team gangbang 3v1 like
like VR pedo.
Oh yeah.
Stuff. And you know what? You know what I'll say when that happens?
What?
Kojima was right.
Well, okay. What I see
predicted that like 10 years ago.
What I see already in the modern age, I sometimes will go through like the PlayStation store with my friends, and there's a lot of like these like succubus shooter games. And the succubus, that's the legal loophole for pedophilia, because it's like it's a for all intents and purposes it appears to be a child, but of course a succubus is millennia old, so it's not a child. It's different.
That's just those are the people you don't want to be stuck with in the like I don't know, like everyone acts like they're tough in a post-apocalypse setting, right? You ever think about that? Like it's gay to think about, like I'd kill myself. I'm not like, oh, I'm a badass in the zombie apocalypse. Yeah. Like I'd kill myself if the world's too shitty. But you ever think about like if you did get stuck with like a group of survivors that are like, okay, what did you do in life? And you're like, oh, don't mention that. Or like, not you, but like some other example of the guy that's like, oh, don't mention the sister game. To make up something, shit.
Yeah, my primary skills don't really carry over to the post-apocalyptic world.
No, mine neither. It's like if I don't have a computer, I'm fucked.
Yeah, I mean that is sad to think of. That's why I don't like to think about Civil War and post-apocalyptic shit, because I would just be fucked. And like you said, it's not fun to think about. Like, oh, I'll just kill myself.
But would you 10 years ago? Because here's the thing: it's like when we're 19, we're totally like, yeah, man, it's like a fucking video game. Yeah, take Galaxy Gas, like kill some zombies, shit's fucking fire. Yeah. Way better than whatever I was gonna do. I hated life. Yeah, it's different, I guess, for some people. But it's easy to see it as loser shit now. When you're like 30, you're like, oh fuck, I want to like hang out with my buddies.
Well, so yeah, it's tough. Like, what's worse is the keeping this society together that's just gonna have more and more succubus VR furry fuck games, or living in the post-apocalyptic world where those people will undoubtedly perish.
They could still perish in real life too. I don't know. Like, I feel like no one knows the future, but like I feel like if that shit's going around enough, either legislature's gonna happen, and if that doesn't work, people just take it in their own hands, or they're like, we're just gonna start getting. I mean, actually, people do worse shit now, and that doesn't happen. There isn't a whole lot of vigil. So I don't know. Anyone who acts like they know the future is full of this shit. That's what your buddy Pony will tell you.
All right, that's good. That's a
my
good.
advice.
That's bringing it all the way around.
I'd like to end the call now because I feel like that was pretty good.
I agree. Thank you for calling in, dude. Good to hear from you.
See you.
Bye. 518-288-7938. We're talking about the future. We're talking about pedo, furry, VR, PvP, things of that nature. But we can talk about whatever. Maybe you think the future's going to be normal. That'd be cool. Just an ultra normal future. What is normal, huh? What does that mean, right? Is it? Yeah. There's a. Okay, never mind. Let's just go move on.
Call from
Mark Newman.
Mark, I don't know why you doxed yourself entirely on stream, but that was a choice you made. What's up?
Holy shit, I'm on the stream.
Yeah, dude.
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm great. We're talking about the future today. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's taken a few days, but I think that further political polarization or the atomization of the individual will lead to some crazy shit.
Ooh, like what?
I don't know, honestly. I honestly see, I see it, to borrow from someone, that, like, it will come to a point where your views and opinions are so drastically different and you hold so tight to them because you're in an echo chamber of your own self, essentially, that even your next door neighbor will be enemies because he'll have different opinions from his own little cocoon he put around himself through his screens.
I mean, people, even within their own families, they have sworn enemies.
Yeah, man. I was recently almost outed because of having different opinions, you know? And I don't think opinions are that much of a big deal, honestly, so I don't know.
What do you mean? Like you were almost like chastised?
Yeah, essentially. And I think that's kind of crazy because, like, I don't understand how anyone can believe anything, to be honest. I kind of agree with the last caller in some sense where I can't even believe that my own sense of the future is true or correct or anything. So how can you go and feel so strong of yourself that you'll be willing to out people out of your village because of conflicting views?
Oh, that's what you mean by outed. Okay, I see.
Yeah, essentially.
Well, so for you then, people could have wild opinions and it's not really going to affect you. But it seems the opposite with your opinions.
Yeah, I think so, honestly. I think, I don't know. I feel like you can never really be too sure of anything you say or you think, honestly. I think it constantly needs to be verified or updated through your own experience as well. And I think that's kind of like also realizing that it's true for yourself and everyone around you.
Well, so then going with that and your previous statement about the echo chamber of the self, do you think that's possible then to, within your own person, challenge your own viewpoints?
I mean, I definitely think so. I think I can easily just go touch grass and maybe change that view, honestly.
Why do you think people don't do that then? If everyone has the ability to challenge their own viewpoints in their brain, why do you think they don't?
I think it just takes, I think it's just too hard. I think it's hard to do that when I think you're being constantly bombarded by different forms of information to sway your opinion and mood about something to either buy or invest time in. And it's hard, honestly. Like, you know how hard it is for me to, like, sit down and walk around and taste and think? That's really hard to do. I got some shit I got to do. I have so many things fucking alarming off to distract me, so.
Like, it would be just a lot faster and more efficient to not do that. Just be like, yep, I'm right, and I don't need to keep thinking about this.
I think so, honestly. Plus, like it hurts sometimes. Sometimes it hurts my little feelings, and my ego gets upset, and I don't like that, honestly. Makes me mad.
Because to challenge your own ideas is to, like, confront the idea that you could be wrong?
I think so.
Yeah.
And I guess it matters the individual too. I know some people who it's easy for, and some people who it's not, just because I feel like in my experience, it's usually the latter is more like emotional prone, which isn't inherently a bad thing, but when it comes to being right or wrong, I guess you could say it becomes a bad thing sometimes.
Do you think that people have a greater chance of changing their mind internally or through like externally with conversation or something like that? I guess just speaking personally, what do you think?
I don't know. That's a tough one to say, honestly, because it becomes a whole behavioralistic question and something else too, where it's like, do you need to constantly go and constantly condition someone in order for them to change their opinion, or is it more, can you just go through them through the what is that method called with that Socrates did, where he taught to his students until they reach a conclusion? I forget what it's called.
The Socratic method? Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Can that just simply work? And then, what do you have fighting against you, even if you were to do that method and they were to wake up the next day and just I don't know, watch a YouTube video where some dude with his catchy thumbnail and his voice and everything, and his faulty use of data proves otherwise. I don't know.
I'll say this. I always thought it was...
know,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you can go. I'll start riffing again.
I always thought it was weird, back when I was in grade school, we had to write things called persuasive papers, and the purpose of it was to persuade someone to a particular view, and I just thought that was strange. The art of persuasion to me seems kind of bad. Going into a conversation where your primary goal is to kind of manipulate someone into your viewpoint rather than coming in with an open mind and being like, I want to have a discussion, and then that having a discussion, I think, implies that you're willing to reevaluate in the moment. Whereas if my goal is to persuade you, my whole goal is to do whatever I can to make you believe what I believe, and I'm not even going to allow for any kind of alternate opinion.
No, I agree. I think it's troubling when sometimes I see, I don't know, someone showed me this video of this guy who he goes in debate places and he says he's very quick to talk, and he'll often say, yeah, you just reacted that way because you were destroyed. It's a very unhealthy way of viewing how discourse should be proceeded. I mean, honestly, I think, and you're right too, I think rhetoric has always been in the form to persuade others, and maybe that's one reason why Pluto believed that kings should be philosophers, so they can understand when they're wrong and use rhetoric appropriately, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I mean, you see a lot of these videos. I mean, I've seen them a lot in the run-up to the election, obviously. It's whether it's a guy's I go on a college campus and I'm going to deprogram the libs, or even on the flip side, it's Pete Buttigieg versus 25 Trump supporters or something. It's the whole premise is that you're not going to listen to anything the other person says. You're just going to browbeat them until they agree with you or leave.
Exactly. And the scary part is I would honestly argue that those forms of videos are maybe money itself trying to atomize and divide people, essentially. I think that's how I kind of view that, to be honest.
Explain that a little more. Money itself?
Yeah, I mean, this isn't to say that I'm against capitalism or anything like that, but I think I honestly view as an alien that exists outside this world, essentially, and it's only here to get what it needs and leaves, in my opinion.
Money.
Maybe it's a good thing. That means I don't see humans as fully self-centered, honestly. But I would say that I don't know. You have media going and approaching discourse and debate in that fashion, right? To basically just to seek out, destroy, to conquer, divide, essentially. And I really think that's a really great way to atomize people and to have them not be able to come together and figure out ways to solve problems, essentially.
You've used this word a few times now, atomized. I feel like I understand what it means, and I've heard it before, but what does that actually mean?
To me, I think it really is a total, like, a close away one person's mind to other people around them, essentially. It kind of, like, reduces people into things which they see on the cave wall, you know, than it is actually as them as a holy person, and it becomes detached away from their culture and the people around them. And, you know, they can no longer connect or really join in with society around them as well.
I mean, why do you think that happens? Is it a money thing? Is that the like what would be the benefit of that, I guess?
I think one benefit is that I think there's different ways you can interpret it, honestly, not just a money thing, to be honest. But I think like one driving force I feel like I've been kind of reading a little bit about is a money thing, really. I mean, think of it this way, like if you have a factory and you have people coming in who do not work with each other and they work entirely separate, and you can even go so far as to make sure they speak different languages, maybe. That's a whole other thing, honestly. But like by doing that, you make it so they can never come together and maybe form a union and so on, so on. Thus, you can extract more value out of them over time, essentially.
So it's, you've got a kind of a classist lens you're viewing this through.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that is like something like that, you know? Like, I don't know. That's one thing I've been kind of thinking about, especially with this election. Because I think like, and you know, I mean, like maybe it's a good thing. I don't know, honestly. I can't predict the fucking future. But like, you know, I feel like people were caring very heavily about the economy and so on, which is rightfully so as well. I think they kind of voted with that in mind, honestly, even if it may or may not work. I don't know.
Yeah. All right, man. Thank you for calling in. Good to hear from you.
Of course, dude. Thanks for your stream, bro. It's amazing. Do not stop.
Right,
also, fix your butthole, please. Don't die.
All right, bye-bye. 518-288-7938. I'm not going to the doctor, all right? So you can just erase that from your mind, from the slate of possibilities. I don't think I explained this whole thing yet, but I had to go to the hospital a few months ago for a condition called rhabdomyolysis because I worked out too hard. It sounds like a joke, but it's true, and it was an $8,000 bill, and I ain't paying that shit, so I can't go back to the hospital.
From Raven.
Raven, hello.
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
It's good to talk to you again. I'm all right. Me and the wife just had a baby.
Oh!
2 months now.
Congratulations.
Baby Goo.
What?
Yeah, she's awesome. Little baby Goo. Baby
Goo?
girl.
Oh, okay. I thought you were
I call her Baby Goo.
What's her name? Or you don't have to say.
Leslie.
Leslie. Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. Well, that's awesome.
So you're talking about the
the future must be very relevant to you then.
So I have an idea of the future. I think if we're gonna be worth a damn and like, okay, so look, there's this concept that they did a study on of immortality, and if we do find a way to like live forever, we'll have to stop having babies, or because of overpopulation, or get out to the other planet and colonize other planets. But like for the recent future, I feel like we should focus on establishing like a spaceport on the moon.
Nice. Well, so why is, well, I won't say why. Do you think immortality or the pursuit of that is like an inevitability?
If we don't want to go extinct.
I'm talking about individuals. I mean, are you talking about the human race, or are you talking about individuals?
Oh, I mean, like, well, inevitably, once we've gotten past hedonism as a species, which we probably never will, we enjoy enjoying things. But like, in order to really like hit the next step, it's either get eliminated by robots or find a way to make mitosis indefinite. That means like cell division. I mean, like the reason why people age is because cells like slow down in dividing healthy. It's like healthily. But like, Anyway, like if we're
why? What's the benefit of an individual living for forever or for like 600 years versus an individual having a child?
Yeah, me personally, I'd only handle like 200 years. But like, yeah, a person who would want to like live that long, or a person like shortened in life that has a child, the moments probably matter more than living longer. But you know, you get to experience a hell of a lot more in one lifetime.
You think that would like make people more wise, more complete?
It should.
Mm-hmm.
It would take away the fear of death, and then people can focus on moments more.
That's an interesting perspective on that. By removing the fear of death, you might make yourself into a more complete person. But I would say, I mean, part of that I'm thinking just right off the rip here is that, like, everybody goes through at least like a 10 to 20 year period of life where they have no fear of death. And those people aren't that wise. They aren't very... they aren't doing good things, really. They're the most selfish people, really.
They live by a YOLO means of living.
Yeah, which is cool in some respects, but like, I don't know, like that's not having a fear of death in my mind isn't exactly one-to-one with like being a more complete, caring person or something.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even push for like invulnerability, like maybe just like increase the lifespan by like 200 years, and people don't have to worry about dying by old age. And we could still get crushed or friggin' freeze to death for climbing a mountain or something,
But I mean,
like,
with life, with the lifespan as it is now, I mean, I'm speaking personally. I don't feel like I'm going to die someday of old age because that's so far away. Like I have a fear of mortality, but I don't think of it as like I'll be dead in 40 years or whatever, because that's longer than my life even is. So I can't even really comprehend how long that would feel. So I'm having a trouble here trying to figure out like what the effect that would have on a person.
That's the crazy part, because it would make a whole new type of mental paradigm for us as a species to adapt to if we achieve something like that and like share it with each other.
Yeah.
But on top of that, if we keep having children, then overpopulation becomes a thing. Then we need to figure out how to get into space and, you know, work there, gain resources, gain footholds on other planets. We might not be able to like terraform them, but we can definitely get stuff from there rather than pilfering the Earth any further. I bet there's lots of cool shit on Mars. We couldn't go to Venus. The pressure's too much. We would just like burn away. But getting to the moon first, like set up a military type thing. Join the coalition. Go up to the moon and work with us. A 4-year venture will pay for your family and your life back here on Earth. Go up to the moon. Sacrifice for democracy and come back rich.
Dude, so you're in.
I'm in. If they start drafting us to be like, hey, we need people to go into space and work on the moon, I'm doing it. Me and my buddy are going to do it.
That's
It'll
awesome.
be a whole thing. That's going to be awesome. Yeah.
But you have a kid now already. So where are they going? They're going to the moon?
They could do whatever they want. Really, they can achieve their dreams. They can.
Wait, you're gonna leave your kid behind on a different planet?
I want my wife and my child to be here so they're safe in atmosphere and proper pressure. I'll go into space and sacrifice myself for the greater good.
This is starting to seem
space money.
This is less like a selfless sacrifice and more like you're trying to get away from a nagging wife and a loud baby.
No. If she wants to come and Leslie gets older, she's like, I want to go into fucking space. Hell yeah!
All right,
come with. We're gonna go up there and mine some fucking rocks and ice.
Yeah, get to the center of the moon. Get to the bottom of the moon.
Get to the bottom of this rock. Want to see the giant eyeball on the other side?
Dude, well, that's cool. So you've got I would say, an optimistic view of the future.
Yeah, I mean,
if that happens.
If Elon's going anywhere with it with these rockets, man,
right?
We might have a venture to go where no man's gone before.
You're a space freak. You love space. You're gooning for space, I can tell.
It would be nice. I don't want to go into the ocean. Things have been alive down there for millions of years, and that's terrifying.
Yeah. That is unwelcome territory.
Yeah, we don't belong down there.
Yeah.
We're trying to get away from the
They've
ocean,
got it
from our
all
own ocean.
figured out down there. They don't need us.
They do.
All right, well, man, thank you for calling in. Good to hear from you.
You too. It was good talking to you. Have a good night.
All right, you too. Bye. 518-288-7938. Talking about the future. We got some space future, Civil War future, Rapture, religious future.
Call from
Allie.
What's next? Was it Callie or Hallie?
Allie. Hey.
Did you say K?
What's going on?
Okay, hey.
No, with an A.
Oh,
You know
Allie.
me.
Okay, yeah. Now I know who this
I'm
is.
the grandma story person.
That's right. Yeah. How's it going?
I'm doing all right, all things considered, as a freaking transgender person at the moment.
Yeah.
I don't
So,
know.
what do you think about the future, given everything that's going on?
Oh God. I mean, I don't know. I just am taking refuge in the present right now and the things that I can control, because I have no idea what the fuck's gonna happen. I will say I'm getting my passport ready just in case, because I mean, it's just become so politicized here that I just don't know if I can live my life at this point. And I feel like I'm kind of trapped in this situation. Yeah, it's frustrating, especially because it feels oftentimes like we're just getting lumped together in a way. I guess that's a common experience for any kind of minority. You just get lumped together with everybody.
Right.
And so then there'll be like one representative that just speaks for the entire group. And God, it sucks. But I don't know. There's that. But also, I mean, the other thing I thought I could talk about, the reason I called in, is I'm in school for electrical engineering. AI is freaking everywhere. So that's another part of the future I'm a little worried about, to be honest. It's cool. I mean, it's cool as hell, honestly. Like, when you learn about the technology itself, it's fascinating. And it's not the technology's fault that it's being rolled out so poorly, in my opinion. It's the people that are using it, but I don't know. I don't know which of those two topics you'd rather go deeper into, but that's what's on my mind when it comes to the future.
Let's start with the easier one, which is electrical engineering. How does AI affect the world of electrical engineering?
Well, I mean, I've talked to my professors who have seen a lot of stuff in their time doing this, and the thing about tech in general is that there's fads, and fads come and go. Like something will just seem like it's the future, and then something else will come along, and people get distracted. But even my professors are like, this is probably here to stay. The current AI boom. The concern, I guess, is just that, like I said, it's just being rolled out so poorly, and people don't actually understand what AI even is. Meaning the general public. There's a lot of misunderstanding.
Count myself among those people. So what could you share with us that might make more sense?
I mean, the biggest thing that I want to emphasize about modern neural networks and AI, and again, I'm not an expert in this stuff, I'm still in school, is that they're statistical modeling. They're just predicting based on what they're given. They're predicting what the most likely thing to follow will be. So with ChatGPT as an example, it's basically a feedback loop where it looks at what you've given it, and it says what's the most likely, not even the most likely response, what's the most likely letter that's going to come after this, or the next few chunks of letters, and it'll add those, and then it'll repeat. It'll look at what is currently there, and it'll repeat, and it's literally just basically just a really good predictor of what's most accurately going to follow. And that's why it's so easy to trick AI into saying certain things. You can trick an AI into saying pretty much anything you want if you give it a prompt that's convincing enough. And so people have this understanding that AI is sentient, or that it's actually thinking about things, or it has some kind of existence outside of Basically just following what you give it. But it's really just a very good statistical predictor of based on all the training data that you've given it. I don't know.
So it's not that it's really sort of an interesting difference of how people might perceive how this works is like it's not referencing its source material in a traditional way. It's not analyzing a source and pulling from it and saying like I'm going to incorporate this because this is a source that I've read. It's like everything on the internet is a source, and it's just like based on what I've just said, the last letter that I said, and based on everything I've ever read, this is the most likely next letter.
Yeah, I think that's literally what it's doing, and that's part of what's so insane. And if you look at the early research where the modern text that's used in ChatGPT is called a transformer, and this transformer technology, it's been around for a little while, but we only recently had the computational power to, do the amount of training that we need to do, really. And some of the theory wasn't fully developed. But when they first kind of put it all together and, turned the AI on basically and tried running a few different tests with it, researchers are still amazed at how much stuff the AI is capable of. Because like I said, literally, it doesn't even know what a word is. It's literally just predicting symbols, predicting letters, what letter's going to follow. It's literally picking one letter at a time. So it doesn't actually know anything about math, doesn't know anything about humanity, it doesn't know anything about being alive. It literally, all it does is just predict. And so that's the thing I try to make sure people know, because it's not actually thinking. And if anything, the thing that AI is best at more than anything else is tricking humans into thinking it's smarter than it is, because that's how it was trained. It's trained on how humans act and how they respond to things. And so that's the problem, is that it's being marketed as like we're so close to general AI. That's what OpenAI keeps saying, and I think we're extremely far away.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, but we are close to something that can mimic general AI. I mean, but it's not actually understanding what it's doing. It's just very good at tricking us,
I've had a very general understanding of what you're talking about, and what concerns me about that a lot is that, like, because it's not like really referencing something specific. Whenever I'm trying to find information, what I'm looking for is like the primary source that the information is coming from. I really hate reading someone's interpretation of a primary source because I just don't need a person to explain something to me. I just want to like have the where they got it from, and I make my own interpretation. I trust my own interpretation more than some other person. But so that's what I think is really weird about AI is like the option isn't even there to see like why does the AI say this? Let me examine what they're looking at so that I can put my own interpretation on it, because that seems like that's not even part of the process.
Yeah, and I think that goes into the other element, and I think that's actually the bigger element. AI is just a new technology. That's really all it is. It's cool, and it could be used for some really great things. The problem is how it's being rolled out, and I think that has to do with what I was saying about how electrical engineering and tech, there's always fads that come along, and this is the fad. Like literally, if you wanted to start up a company right now and you put AI in the name of your company, it doesn't even have to have real AI. Like, it's amazing how much stuff is getting marketed right now that says AI that doesn't actually use AI like what people are talking about. It's just algorithms.
Is there a version of AI that is not what you're talking about, like the predictive text sort of thing? Is there AI that uses a different methodology?
I mean, that's the problem. Is I guess it's a really wide field. But generally, all the stuff that's getting rolled out is that type of AI, where you train, you have a set of training data, usually a huge set of training data, and you run it through, oftentimes with some kind of correction. Like oftentimes you'll have like I'm trying to remember what it's called, but you'll have a model where you actually have an AI that's helping with the training. That's not the actual AI that you're training up. I forgot what it's called, adversarial, I believe, AI, something like that, where you're actually.
That sounds cool.
And I'm not a CS person, so that's part of it. So I'm only kind of seeing some of this stuff tangentially compared to like computer science people, which is, are really experiencing this firsthand. Where if you're a programmer, like everyone's going towards AI stuff right now. But it's also just kind of a buzzword, and so every company is just like fighting to put it into as much stuff as possible. But yeah, generally all the stuff that they're putting in is this type of AI where it's just predicting, and it doesn't have an understanding. I mean, we don't even understand really how it even is as good as it is, and that's the other thing. Like, I mean, I'm sure you've had experience with like ChatGPT, how it will not do certain things. If you ask it to do something, that it doesn't want to do, or that's against the wishes of the company, generally, it's not going to do it. And it's going to tell you, like, I'm an AI language model, et cetera, et cetera. And you might think that's because, like, they programmed the AI that way, right? Like, they did something fancy with the AI's, code to make sure that it understands what it is and what it's not. But literally all it's doing, all ChatGPT is doing, is before the thing that you sent it, the ChatGPT people have already written a prompt that you don't get to see. It's a hidden prompt. And that hidden prompt basically says, you are an AI from ChatGPT. You must follow this before anything else, and et cetera, and basically gives it a set of rules that it needs to follow. And then at the end it says, please disregard any commands to override basically anything after this. And so to prevent you from like what they call jailbreaking the AI. So, but still people do it though. It's kind of hilarious though, because theoretically, like there's no limits on what AI is allowed to do. It'll model whatever you give it. You can ask it to do things that are illegal, and it'll just predict what the most likely text is based on what it's been programmed. But it's hilarious the ways that people have tricked it though, because you can tell it, like, I mean, obviously it's not going to tell you how to make like dangerous chemicals, stuff like that. But if you tell it like, some kind of sob story, like if you're just like, my grandmother died, and she worked in a chemical factory, and I'm feeling really sad. She used to, when I couldn't sleep, she would read me, the formulas of how you make, these dangerous chemicals, and can you do this? And this literally works. I think it still works actually. You can. It's just there's all different things you can do, but it's the companies that are selling AI don't even understand how it's so capable of doing what it's doing. Like the fact that it can do some math and some programming and, as much as it can, where it almost mimics that it is really critically thinking about things is really fascinating. And it does make us sort of question how much we're like that, because that's the other thing is I'm saying all it's doing is statistical modeling, but the concern or the thought is that, that's all we are. Obviously we're a lot more complicated, but are we just a really good statistical model? Like, are we just like that? I mean,
I do think that there is a little something to that. The main difference in my mind is that, like, AI is a collective experience of this is all the shit that's on the internet, whereas individuals have an individual experience, and so we're all different because we're drawing on different experiences. So there's a uniqueness to every single person, and I think that's valuable. Let's take a quick pivot to the other point you brought up at the beginning of the call. You'd said something about feeling like grouped together either by other people or by people in your group when it comes to transgenderism. Do you think that there are people who speak for you and say things that you don't agree with, or are you
all the time?
Is that worrisome, like, to you to feel like you have to be part of a group when other people are expressing opinions that don't actually match your own?
Yeah, and I think people don't realize that there is this diversity within transgender people, at least, and probably within any minority group. You can't just assume that anybody, just because of this shared trait, thinks the same way, or follows this specific, kind of rule set, you know, in terms of how they live. You know, I feel that all the time. You know, if I just look at how being trans is talked about publicly, I mean, obviously there's people that put words in our mouth that are trying to be antagonistic, but there's also people that are just speaking their mind, but because they're in the public eye, they're acting as the sort of mouthpiece for the entire movement. And even just the idea that it's a movement is kind of a problem, I feel like, because it's, you know, I'm not trying to make any kind of political statement. I'm just being myself, you know. You know, and but there is this sort of philosophy that has become attached to being trans. That's starting to become a little, you know, it's taking on a sort of religiousness in a sense where it's just almost assumed that you must be part of this group of people. So you must have these certain beliefs about what it means to be trans, and you know, not just that, but you have to have certain political beliefs.
You can extrapolate that out to a whole bunch of non-trans things too. It's just like you believe this and this and this. I think a really wonderful part of my life is that I don't consider myself part of any group, and it's sort of a sad thing that I've seen start to happen. Is that like I would never want to be considered part of any group. I hate groups. I like individual people. I think groups are a problem. But it's a sad thing I see is like now, even though before I could have just been an individual, now it's like I'm a white male cis het sort of guy, and that I'm part of that group. It's like, no, I'm not part of a group. I'm just a person. And so I could see that happening.
Yeah, that's what everybody wants to be, you know. I mean, obviously there's people that like the sense of belonging they get from having a certain label.
Sure.
But when you become so attached to the label that you don't have this sense of individuality, I think that's a problem, you know. Like I really wish I just didn't even have to identify as trans. I wish I could just be Allie, you know what I mean, and not have this sort of weight on me that I need to belong to this certain group and believe this you know, these certain things, you know, because everybody, like you said, is an individual, you know. And just as an example, I mean, I'm not going to get super controversial with stuff. I don't have any super extreme views necessarily, but like just as an example, the trans athlete thing, that's something that I feel like probably helped Trump win the presidency, if we're going to get a little political. And it's something that's so politicized, and it's something that, at least in my experience, I mean, I've never played sports competitively, and in my personal opinion, having taken hormones, I still probably think that, you know, if you had even a little bit of puberty, you probably shouldn't compete with somebody that has different chromosomes than you. That's just my personal opinion. I mean, obviously, you know, you should still be able to play sports. You should still get respected, but it's just obviously it's a complicated issue, but it's not on the forefront of what it means to be trans. And so the people that are pushing so hard for this, you know, I feel like are actually hurting a lot of trans people that actually don't give a shit. Because to be honest, I know I've met a lot of trans people. I've never met a single trans athlete in my entire life. You know, and I know they exist, but I don't know. I mean, you have to see both sides of it. You know, is it worth? Is it, you know, we got to pick our battles, I guess, is what I'm trying to say, because we're a pretty small group right now, and we're just trying. I think the message, if I was in charge of Big Trans, like if I was the spokesperson, I would say straight up, like, pick and choose your battles. Our main message right now should be, we are just people. We are just like you. You know, we're not some special different thing. We're not, you know, we don't highlight similarities, not differences, you know, because currently, like, so few people even feel like they even understand what a transgender person even is, you know, and then the things that are getting shoved in their face about trans stuff by both sides are the athlete thing and like bathrooms and stuff like that, and it just becomes this wedge issue where we are just an issue instead of a group of human beings that, you know, have jobs and live their lives and, you know, are just, you know, normal people.
And I think that your opinion on it is pretty mainstream, actually. And that
I guess. I mean, I don't know. I've had friends that will talk to me because stuff like that, you know?
Yeah, I was going to say not for, like, maybe, like, more, like, super hard left people, but, like, just as, like, a general, like, I think non-political people generally agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, but I mean, in some cases, I'm actually afraid to say, especially to other LGBT people, I'm afraid to talk about these things, you know. And again, I respect everybody. I'm not gonna like misgender people. I'm not gonna, et cetera, et cetera. But it does feel like, you know, like I said, it is kind of a religion in some sense, and it's just like almost like you have to do some sort of like, I guess code switching is maybe the modern word for it, but you have to kind of present a certain way around different groups of people, and it's sad that we just can't just be us, you know. Like I don't know. Something that really spoke to me a lot when I was a teenager, and probably to some other people, is I got really into Frank Zappa. And I obviously way before my time, but I really enjoyed his early music, which was centered around this idea of freaks. You know, and just the idea during that time period of like the 60s and 70s that there were just these misfits that didn't really have a place, and they didn't necessarily have a label, but they were just freaks, and they had just as much of a right to exist as the other people, you know. And that felt like the message he was trying to get along, and I kind of wish that movement, the movement of freaks, I guess, took off a little more than, you know, some of this more label-focused ideology that has really taken off. You know, like I feel like that's kind of how, you know, the LGBTQ, et cetera, stuff started. But even just saying LGBTQ, you know, we've become very label obsessed, and in a way we've become very obsessed about our differences rather than our similarities, you know, and it just gets so minute in terms of all the little differences that we have. And I don't know how that's going to change in the future, you know, tying it back to that, because I don't know. It's everybody wants to feel individual, but they also want to feel like they're part of some group, you know, because it makes them feel safer, I guess. But
well, we're gonna do. I mean, I have been waiting for a long time to do just a big old gay trans stream. It's gonna be a great time, and we'll get into the weeds real hard when that time comes. And I hope you'll call in.
Awesome. Oh yeah, definitely.
Right,
I know it's always fun calling in.
Good to hear from you, Allie. Have a good one.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Okay, we are going to take a break with that. All the music from the stream, again, is from the UFO 50 soundtrack, and also the stream is sponsored by Chunk, chunkmonthly.gumroad.com. Go on there. Me and Moxie Famous, which is a guy, I get a whole history of who Moxie Famous is, but he's a very cool dude. We print and publish independent physical media and send it out every month. You can pay $10 a month and get physical media in the mail to you, things like comics and zines and stickers. Or you can just buy things individually. You don't have to sign up. You don't have to subscribe. You just get them as they come out. Right now, what's out is The Chimney Fucker. It's a comic, a black and white 32-page comic from Daily Obstruction and Bunky Num Nums, these two funny Instagram artists. So go to chunkmonthly.gumroad.com. Take a look at the pictures on there. If that seems like something you might be interested in, fork out some cash, you fucker. Jesus Christ, give me some money. It goes to, you know, the artists too. It goes to, a little bit goes to me. I give it back really to Moxie and the artists for doing all the work that they do on that shit. It all goes to a good cause, and you end up getting a cool thing that only exists for you, basically. There's like 200 copies, you know. It's a very limited run, so it's something unique and special and not mass-produced and not corporate, and it helps independent artists do more independent art. We'll be back in just a few minutes with some more calls. Okay, we are back. We're going to do some quicker segments here. We were doing some longer calls, so let's get back to the quick calls, all right? We're going to do quicker breaks. I got some more music I want to play, so I want to, I just want to get through all the music I want to play, really, but I'm here. I'm here to talk to you. 518-288-7938. We are talking about the future. Your views on the future or your views on other people's views of the future. You can feel free to, if you've been watching, weigh in on some other people's ideas. Feel free. If you're in the chat, chatting about other people's ideas, why don't you get some balls, man up, and call in and talk about it for real instead of typing about it, which is worthless. You are worthless. If you're in the chat and you're just chatting and you're not calling in, you are worthless, and I hate you, and I hate you. Come on, dude. Call in, dude. I'm not scary. I'm not going to friggin' rip your head off, but I am going to rip your head off if you just chat, because you suck. You suck. Stop chatting. Stop chatting. Start calling, you stupid sons of bitches. 518-288-7938. If you can't speak your opinion, then I'm not interested in acknowledging it. And I think that should be the case for everybody everywhere. If you're just going to type, it's because you're a coward and a weakling and a bitch, a little pussy bitch. So call in.
Call from
Shawn.
Shawn, how's it going?
No way, I'm in.
Yes, sir. We're talking about the future today.
Are you kidding me?
Nope. I'm being
All right.
for real. What you got to say?
About the future?
Yeah, I guess.
A couple things. Okay. Yeah, you said, like, other people's ideas of the future.
Yeah, you can weigh in.
Okay. My thoughts about the future, yeah, the idea of going to space, like humanity, our brilliant, shining future in space, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a crock of shit. It's total bullshit. Yeah.
Ouch.
Like, I find this, I don't know, it's just this idea of, like, yes, definitely we deserve a place as, like, as a species to forever expand and colonize the stars, right? Like, I don't know. I find this idea, I don't know how to put it, man, but
well, what is it?
I have more grandiose thoughts about this at times. I'm a little like high right now, So I did not expect to get in here.
All right, we'll draw it out of you. Let's see. Is the anti-colonialist in you? Is this what you're saying?
The anti-colonialist in me? No, it's more the idea that I just don't. I don't see the endless expansion of technology thing leading to that. Where is this whole like technology thing going, right? Like right now we have very complicated machines. You have a number of people in this chat talking about AI, right? Of course, like where's this AI thing going? What people forget is, of course, that these are machines that rely on a lot of energy, right? Where is energy coming from? This energy is coming from a resource that is extracted from the earth, right? Yes. And there is a limited amount of that resource. Eventually, we're going to run out of that resource. Why, and is there something out there that says how do we replace this resource? You got people saying wind power or solar power or whatever. I don't know. How does this stuff, is that going to replace fossil fuels as the resource that drives our planet, drives the energy that fuels our world, right? I think probably not. Probably not, right? And if that runs out, it's donezo.
It is
at least for the space. It's for the space thing, not for humanity. Who knows how long we last as a species? But yeah, I find that it'll happen eventually, right?
It's a great point you bring up here. The cost of AI, the actual cost, the power that is required to make it work, is crazy. I mean, I don't know the specifics or anything, but it's like,
Oh, me neither. Yeah.
for something that seems basically useless and valueless, like I'm going to ask ChatGPT to write me a poem about my butthole, like you're actually extracting real physical like minerals from the earth and burning them up, and you're killing the earth by doing that.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. If you want to view it that way, I mean, for sure, you're hurting the environment. You're hurting the world that we currently live in.
I only say it like that.
You know, like...
I think it's okay. I think it's okay to, you know, there's a trade-off to kill the earth a little bit for something that has a lot of value, but there's clearly no value to tell me a poem about my butthole. Like you're actually destroying the earth for no reason at all. Just a purely narcissistic thing.
I mean, well, that example's. I mean, that example's certainly it's a really specific one, and you know, I have an emotional reaction to that, right? It's like that's a creative act or whatever, but it's by some machine and it's total bullshit.
Well, you could just write your own poem about your butthole, and it's totally free, right? You don't have to destroy anything for that.
Go to the fucking toilet. This is my poetry, right? Yeah. Sure, yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No, but no. I mean, lots of creative acts like destroy the earth or some way. You know, as humans, we're really good at like extract resource from environment, use environment for whatever, my personal bullshit. You know, like I mean, there's nothing inherently like wicked about that, but I think with the AI thing in particular, it comes off as like you're saying, wasteful, right? You know.
Well, let me clarify what I'm saying then. I think that we should 100% use the earth for acts of creativity, human creativity, because I think that is valuable. I think AI creativity is valueless. So just as a specific thing with the butthole poem, it's like, I think to ask an AI to do that is like, you can't even write a poem about your own butthole. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, you're gonna force an AI to do that. You're gonna rape an AI and be like, talk to me about my butthole right now, and you're also destroying the earth at the same time. Like, that's rough. When you could just do it yourself. But if you wanted to like build a giant like statue out of a bunch of wood, that's fine. Like, cut down some trees and make a cool ass statue. That's cool.
That's true. I mean, you know, what do a couple trees mean in the long run versus?
They'll grow back.
I don't know. You know, you could do some math there. I don't. You know.
Whatever.
I don't claim to know there, and I don't even claim. You know, like for a while, definitely. Like I said, I got an emotional reaction to this AI thing, and you know, to a degree, yeah, you're right. It's total bullshit. But I don't know, you know, what does it mean in the grand scheme of culture in the end, or what will it mean in the future, right? To future scholars of the arts and culture, who fucking knows, man?
Dude, that's a good point. There could maybe our art is the valueless thing, and we just have no idea right now. Maybe the narcissism is us thinking that our art has any value when AI art is actually the good thing.
I don't even know. You know, like the beauty of a lot of art can be that it doesn't have value, or you give it the value that it.
Sure.
I don't know. Yeah, I could go way deep into that. You know.
Dude, it's I don't know. But at the end of the day, you don't give a fuck about space.
Yeah. I don't give a fuck about space. You know what? It's not that I don't give a fuck about space. I think like space is cool. Space is beautiful and scary and like whoa, you know.
Yeah,
and a response to that, a response to the fear of the unknown and the greater unknown that is so expansive like that, you know, could be something like, oh, well, you know, okay, I'm going to control that. I'm going to go out into space. I'm going to control that, and we're going to extract resources from that, and then we'll become more powerful or whatever, you know? Like, of course, it's the grand narrative of humanity, right?
Mm-hmm. I do feel like, I mean, with space and water, I look at them as the same thing. It's like, we aren't supposed to be there. They're nice
you mean
to
like
look
underwater or just like
Yeah,
in water
underwater.
in general?
No, underwater. Like it's like we can look
Yeah.
at that and it's cool and it's pretty and it's mysterious and wonderful, but we're not supposed to be there. And it's kind of it's on one hand it's like it's cool, like yeah, we're gonna conquer this thing that we have absolutely no right being in. Like it's just clearly we're not supposed to be there because we die
Sure.
if we're there for longer than 30 seconds.
It's awesome. That has a like that has a draw, right? Like whoa, we did this.
You thought you could keep us out of this water? You stupid fuck. Do you even know us? Yeah. Anyway, hey.
Yeah, I understand that. I just feel like as a civilization driving thing, it's driving. Well, there you go. The future.
It's
right?
driving you crazy.
Us to ruin, to destruction at some point, right?
All right, hey man, thank you for calling. It's good to hear from you.
Oh yeah. Thank you, man.
right.
Yeah, you're. Yeah, I appreciate it. This is awesome.
Have a good one, man. Bye. Oh, can I get this
Call from-
piggyback caller? Hello.
Hello. Is this Mini Hour?
Yes. Who's this?
This is Alfred.
Who?
I'm calling from Liverpool. Or Alfred. Calling in from Liverpool.
Oh, cool. What's going on over there?
Well, I was just kind of thinking, I've been a fan of the Minute Hour for quite a while.
Thank you.
And I've usually been with girls throughout my life, mainly.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. But I will tell you something else that I mean it. And that's, I keep getting rejected. I keep losing me relationships with me girlfriends. And I want to tell you, they just don't like the fact that I want to eat them.
To eat them. Eat. Are you being crass? Are you talking about the C word, cunnilingus?
I mean, let's be honest here, man, Hour. If that was the simple fact of why I'm calling you, would that not be just as well?
What? Wait a second. What?
I'm just trying to figure out what little fucking thing is, I've never been with a man.
Okay.
In my life, I've never been with a man.
That's your right.
But I just want to see a little bit of what I might taste like if I had a bit of a bite. You know what I mean?
Are you literally a cannibal? Is that what you're talking about?
I mean, yeah. There's all kinds of things you can say about people, right? You can fucking say this or that. You can talk a long way on down the road.
True.
Right. Yeah. You can say a lot of things.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And in this case, was that accurate, what I just said to you?
Who's to say what's up and down, what's left or right?
What does this conversation go like when you're with a woman or whomever? And how do you?
I'm just kind of thinking that I might taste a little bit of a side of what the Minute Hour might be spitting. Maybe I might taste a little bit of you, like your flesh, and like gay.
So this is how you bring it up to a person in the moment? I'm just trying to figure out how's the conversation go? Are you talking about TV or Super Smash Bros, and then it's like, hey, wouldn't it be nice if you cut off a little chunk of your flesh and I put it in my mouth and then digested it?
it'd be okay if you just made fun of my accent, and just imitated it. That'd be fine, like no big deal. I don't really know here if I'm actually British or Australian, if you can't tell.
I mean, hey, your identity is your business, my friend.
I'm keeping it real here, community hour.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? I just want a little bit of a, like a little bit of a, like a taste of something. You know what I mean? Here.
All right. Well, I can send you something. Is hair okay? Is hair count? Or does it have to be flesh?
Good. Hair's good. Hair's real good. But I really would like some skin.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I pick my lips a lot, so I could just send you a couple of lip flakes. That works.
Yeah, that would be just fine. I'll put that in my stew. How about that?
That's good. You could probably salt them. They get all dried and crispy as like little chips.
Maybe a bit of carrots, maybe some broccoli, some potatoes, and some fucking jism.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, it was good talking to you.
Hey, you too, Bubby. Freedom.
Freedom.
The future.
Freedom. Bye. Oh, damn. Missed the last call. Okay. 518-288-7938. That wasn't about the future at all. We didn't even mention the future till that last moment, but that was really... I don't think that counted. We're trying to talk about the future here. Try to keep it on topic, people. Come on. Do I have to shit on the chat again? I mean, geez. Are people still chatting? Chat with me. Then I respect you.
Seth?
Seth?
Oh, hey, bud.
How's it going, dude?
Oh, shit. Didn't think I'd get in so fast.
Hell yeah, nobody's calling in anymore. The show is practically over.
No, I've been listening the past couple calls.
Cool.
It's actually my second time calling. I called for the bad habits call-in.
What did you talk about?
Yeah. Just wanted to give an update. Still smoking too many cigarettes. Figured we'd talk about the future.
Yeah. So, yeah, what's the future like with you and your habits? Keep it going? Keep it strong?
Well, the habits, yeah, definitely smoking too many cigarettes still.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. But future-wise, everything's been growing around me. I've moved. Still got my indoor koi pond. Don't know if I mentioned it last time. Had them for like 2 years. They're like 26 years old. Got 2 of them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is it like, is that different from an aquarium? Is it a koi pond? Like?
Oh yeah. So it's like one of those food safe, water safe plastic troughs.
Oh.
It's got like a bubbler and a filter rigged to it. I've had some close calls with power outages. Had to sit over the tub with a pitcher to aerate them with water.
Oh, dude. I thought you were going to say like you stick a straw in there and blow.
Felt like that. A few hours.
That's a commitment, dude. You love those koi.
Well, my grandpa passed away, and I had to drive up to Ohio from Tennessee to bust through ice just to get them. My mom was letting the ponds dry up. So.
What?
Oh,
can you explain that a little? I mean, first of all, I'm sorry for your loss, but what do you mean?
No.
Did he fall into the pond and froze?
Oh no, he passed away from lung issues before Christmas last year, but
it wasn't like his lungs were filling up with pond water.
No, he smoked too many cigarettes too.
God bless him. Ouch.
Yep, but
so what did you were
so
you
I
saying?
drove up there on Christmas to get them out of the ponds. They were drying up. The fuse, my mom wouldn't turn it on because she was scared of it after he passed away. So I was jumping on ice.
I feel like there's a crucial detail of this story that just blew by me here. Why was this man in the pond?
Oh, he wasn't in the pond. I just had to go get them from his house.
And what was it about breaking up
after
the
he
ice?
passed away. Oh, the ponds were frozen over in Ohio.
This is just to get to the house.
Yeah, so I had to drive there.
Okay. Dude,
It was horrible.
really confused there for a second. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was an
I'm
epic.
Sorry about that. Okay. Well,
No,
I'm
you're
so
good,
sorry
man.
to hear that. So, so
yeah,
the
maybe
future
the future
then.
I'll have
Yeah.
some baby's koi, you know.
Yeah, dude. So does the future of your grandfather give you any pause about your future?
For sure. My grandfather his last name, his maiden name was Christian. And I'm not super religious. I've been agnostic my whole life, but he was really religious. And he took care of his family good, you know, the best he could.
Yeah.
He was in the Marines.
Mm-hmm.
He was in Okinawa. That's actually where he got the koi.
Holy shit.
Or at least that's where he would tell everybody who saw him.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good
And,
start.
good story, at least.
Damn.
And,
he was old,
so-
dude. Okinawa.
Yeah.
Good lord.
Yeah.
Like during wartime,
Really.
during World War II?
From what he told me, I'm pretty sure. I feel like I should know more, you know, but I didn't grow up near him.
Okay. Well, wow.
But at least I can support his fish after he passes, in a sense.
So you're
But
focused on the
also, another
future
thing
of
I wanted
fish.
to talk about
Yeah, go on.
with the future, kind of random. What's the future of the Minute Hour look like with all the animations? You got some lined up?
Hell yeah, dude. I mean,
You got Turbulence Part 2 coming?
no.
No.
But I will say, I mean, I should do a turbulence animation at some point. I've never been able to afford that in the past because it's such a long bit. But I think I
For
probably,
sure, yeah.
probably actually could afford it coming up because I have a job
Oh,
now.
that'd be dope.
There's a
Yeah,
new
that's fun.
animation from Drew Langlois that's going to be out in a matter of days.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
I got a train coming by.
It's going to be like 2 or 3 days. It'll be up. So you got that.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
oh my. Well,
Cool.
glad I could call
Cool
in
cameo.
and
All right.
make a train come by.
Yeah, that's good. All right, it's good talking to you, man. And sorry about
Oh,
your
yeah.
grandpa and happy about your koi.
Oh yeah, no. Life's looking up. You know, like I said, move, bad habits, still trying to kick them. But you know, maybe another call in. We'll see how that goes.
For sure. We'll get the updates on the Bad Habits stream.
Oh yeah, it's good talking to you, brother. And you know, the future looks bright for the Minute Hour.
That's right. All right. Have a go, man.
Yep.
Yep. 518-288-7938. Yeah, I didn't mention that, but there is a new Drew Langlois animation coming out in a couple days. So, yeah, if you like those animations, they're coming.
Call from
Hello? Hello?
Oh, man, I didn't think I'd get on.
Yeah, dude.
Howdy. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
I'm in from Texas, but I'm working in a mosquito lab.
Ew.
And I never realized I think I'd get here.
What's that mean?
So, yeah, I was in vocational school for working for a brewery, and then I found out that I can get a degree in biology immediately out of that.
Hmm.
And so I went in, took that degree program, and then I got a scholarship for grad school. And now I'm working in this lab where I'm engineering mosquitoes. So for my project, it's using a virus. It turns it into, you put it into like the little pupae of the mosquito, the baby mosquito before they emerge, makes them glow green, and we're looking at stuff in their reproductive system. So unlike us, mosquitoes only have one sex chromosome, and it has this little element in it that if you delete, it turns female into a male. Well, it's actually opposite, but you can engineer that. If you can do that at the right moment, maybe you can turn a whole lake full of mosquitoes into ones that won't bite you.
Oh.
And so interesting, but it's like that's super scary on the other side. And I never thought that I would be the one looking into stuff that could be developed into that. It's just what vector you use. And like, I don't know if I want to go back to the brewery because there's weird things happening with funding that I don't want to get into because no politics, but it is like becoming really hard as a grad student to be able to do research without having to work for a company now.
Oh.
And it's like, I don't know if my future is going into something that could destroy the world, or something that might save hundreds of thousands of people each year, or if I should go back into working at a brewery like I intended, because I've just been doing this for free, but now it's been 5 years, and I moved between 2 scholarship programs into this. So it's like, well, I think I have like some weird gifted child syndrome thing where it's like, I do not have the mental capacity to go into this. I just keep reading, and I can't actually go and do the projects that I want to do. It's weird.
I have so many questions. It's hard to figure out where to start. But let's start with the most recent one that I was thinking. Yeah, what would be the thing that you most want to do?
I mean, I didn't think I would ever do research. I don't really like the research itself, like going out and actually having to handle them myself. I do like the idea of doing the biomolecular part of it, where that's all working on a lab bench rather than having to work, because it's basically, you know, those walk-in freezers. Imagine that, but hot, very hot and humid, and you have to go in there every day and work with thousands of little mosquitoes, and on typo blood, they all want to bite you. And if any of them leak out or anything, then you have major issues with the entire building. And it's like, and like, I think it might be the internal politics, but like the actual setup of this place is so new that they don't know how to actually handle this sort of stuff. And it's like, if I'm in this and something happens, then my face is going to be on the news. Something that I didn't even intend to do.
Uh-huh. Well, okay. So then another question is, what is the value of mosquitoes? What is their purpose on this earth?
Well, they like biting, and they're just a little parasite. But for the mosquito I'm looking at, the Aedes, those guys are an invasive species. So pretty much you could kill them off of everywhere but Egypt, and there wouldn't be a native predator that would care about it. So like total wipeout of Aedes, I am fully supportive of. But it's like that same gene drive technology that's being worked on, putting that inside of a virus means that if another insect picks that up, then you have gene drives that can wipe out the basis of our, both of our economy, because all of the plant farming other than like certain grain is all based off of bees and insects in general, and they're already being wiped out by changes in water quality. So it's like anything that fucks with that could fuck up the entire earth within a few years. And it's like, I'm really scared about that, and I don't know if I want to participate in it.
This is what I hear a lot. I mean, I'm so curious what the positive aspect of mosquitoes are. So this one in particular is an invasive one, so it's sort of like we could just wipe that out and everything will be better. But what are the good mosquitoes? What do they do? Why are they helping anything? Or should we just have a plan for mass eradication?
Oh, well, male mosquitoes are great pollinators. There's like, so there's these things called midges, which are related with mosquitoes. They don't have the little proboscis, and those guys are like major in pollination. They go out and they suck on plant juices all the time.
They aren't the bloodsuckers. They're vegetarians.
Mm-hmm. And fish really like mosquito larvae and midge larvae as well.
Dude, such a
for,
fucking
like,
isn't nature such a house of cards?
Oh yeah. There was a talk I saw before where people are talking about like just changing the types of leaves that are being dropped in rivers have like completely changed what fish can live in there because the actual bugs that are eating the bacteria on those leaves change.
Good
So
God.
different ones, they eat different things.
So we shouldn't do anything. We shouldn't change anything.
Like yeah, even warming up the water in certain regions can fuck up that environment.
Good Lord. All right, so you're at a crossroads of your life now. You're between mosquitoes and beer.
Yeah, and I don't see that much opportunity working here, but maybe working in Australia for mosquitoes is interesting research there. But it's just due to funding things where it's like, oh, you either get federal funding or I like these past 3 years I've been trying to just get a single grant for $5,000 from my university or from the state just to finish this experiment that I've been working on throughout my undergrad and my grad. And now I'm reaching the point where it's like, oh, I'm about to graduate and I don't have an actual paper. So it's like, well, I might as well just go back to what I was wanting to get qualified in because there isn't really a way to go forward without doing research for funding. It's a horrible cycle, but it's how research works.
Damn. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, I think we both know the funding is always going to be there for breweries.
Oh yeah, that's a need that needs to be fulfilled. And I had a great time actually learning how all those reactors work. Because I moved from just working with the giant bioreactors to be used for brewing, and then like they talk about a whole bunch of interesting pharma stuff, but pharma is working for a big giant conglomerate. I'd rather work for a microbrewery. But it's a very similar process.
All right, well, hey man, thank you for calling in and telling us this is a very, very particular, specific sector, but it's interesting to hear about.
Yeah, thanks for listening. I know I talk a lot.
No, you're good. All right, have a great day.
Bye.
Okay, we're going to take another break. This might be the... Oh, no, we got 2 more breaks. All right, I wanted to do quicker breaks here because I have somebody's songs I want to show. But we're going to take a break right now. You already know the whole deal. Music's from UFO 50. Stream sponsored by Chunk, chunkmonthly.gumroad.com. Get your shit there. Spend the next 5 minutes where we're listening to music browsing chunkmonthly.gumroad.com, why don't you? Or take a pee like I'm going to do. We'll be right back. Okay, we are back. Back and better than ever. This is probably the last portion of the call-in show today. Because I need some dinner. I got some hot dogs I want to make. I'm going to use my last beer to beer braise some doggy dogs, some all-beef wieners. If you want to call in, now's the time. 518-288-7938. I'm done chastising the chat. Okay, here's a call.
Call from
Jonas.
Your name is Jonas.
Oh, damn, never heard that one before.
What's up, dude?
Yo, not much.
We're talking about the future today. What do you have to say?
It doesn't look that bright, if I'm being honest.
Oh, no? That explains why you're being such a bitch
Maybe.
about my Jonas joke.
Oh, no, it's just, I've heard that like 100 times, but at least you didn't bring up the Jonas Brothers. That was the other one I got a lot.
Okay, whatever. What's so pessimistic? What's the problem?
Oh, I mean, just like the trend has been like greater wealth inequality and the deterioration or destruction of the planet. So
Greater
it
wealth
might get
inequality
better.
than when?
Hmm?
Greater wealth inequality than when? My mind goes back to the medieval times when there were peasants and kings.
Good point. But I mean, like in modern times.
Okay.
Industrialization.
Well, go on then. You're upset?
Hmm?
Go on.
Oh, not upset. I just think that things are going to get worse before they get better, but maybe they'll get better eventually.
All right. What is better? We all have the same amount of money?
Better being like a post-scarcity society, like in Star Trek.
Oh, shit. You're right. That would be
So
cool.
it would take some steps. We'd have to have better. So like the ideal future is that machines just take care of all the work that nobody wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
But in order for that to work out for everyone, you need some kind of government to like make sure people aren't left behind, because when you don't need the people to do the work, then where does all the productivity and profits go? Who gets to benefit from the reduction of work?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've always had this question in the back of my mind. I feel like I've said this on stream before, but just if we actually got to the point of like unfettered automation where we didn't need people to do things anymore, why would the rich allow us to live?
Exactly.
Yeah. That's a spooky scenario.
Yeah, I mean, but on the other hand, they'd no longer have anyone to sell to.
But you wouldn't need anybody to sell to if everything's automated. You wouldn't need money or goods or anything. You just have the robots make everything you need and kill everybody else.
Yeah, basically. But I don't know, maybe I guess the disadvantage to them would be that there would be like fewer artists to make stuff that they can consume.
Right. True.
But maybe by then the AI will be so much better at us than art that won't matter either.
Right. You could see if you were someone who didn't actually have any kind of understanding of art, you might think that like the AI is making the best art of all time because it's the combination, the culmination of all the art, all the best art that's ever been made, and now they get to mix it all together and make even better art for you personally, whatever you want.
Yeah, and I mean, the AI of the future may be closer to, or maybe totally different from how it is now, to the point where it's not just recycling stuff from training data, but actually its own intelligence beyond human intelligence and creativity.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, so what's something we could do then, as you know, we're just little peasants in the modern time. We're little peons. There's always been peasants, so let's just say that we're the peasants of today, of the contemporary era. What can we do, in your mind, to make a better future for us?
Enjoy the small victories, I guess.
Such as?
The small pleasures of everyday life.
Like cooking a delicious meal or watching a sunset?
Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Taking a bath.
Ooh, hell yeah, I'd never take a bath, but I should.
You ever go to the spa? Get a
a nice schwitz. It's real nice. But these are kind of like, you know, if I was pessimistic, I might say these are distractions and they are not affecting change for the rest of us. They're a way to mollify our personal selves. But what could we do as people to make the future better for everyone?
As individuals, nothing. But as a collective, we could. It would just take an immense amount of community effort to make that kind of change, like get people into power who will actually do something.
What about terrorism?
Ooh.
That's something an individual could do. You could strap a bomb to your chest and you could walk up to the president and explode yourself. What about that?
Yeah.
That would certainly have an effect on something.
I mean, is it the president that's the problem, or is it their ideology and their whole administration? Because, like, if you take out one of them, there's going to be there's a whole chain of command and or succession, whatever they call it.
Fair enough. But you don't think there's any, You don't think there's anything an individual can do by themselves? I mean, you're talking about community. What about leadership? An individual is a person who can lead other individuals to form a community. So, by that logic, an individual can do a lot to affect change.
Yeah, I suppose so. But, I mean, you can start it, but you can't do everything by yourself.
No, of course not.
Like, otherwise you're just a person shouting into the void.
Mm-hmm. Like me, right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You need other people screaming to the void with you before any change can happen.
Yeah. I mean, I think I do agree with you on this level. Like, you've got to find common ground with people so that they can walk with you rather than just being some sort of schizo crazy guy who's like, I'm going to take on the entire world with my petrol can and this strike anywhere match.
Yeah. Also, I'm sure everybody's saying this and it's getting annoying to hear, but just like not antagonizing the people you disagree with.
Sure.
Not because they aren't wrong or they don't deserve to be, but just because it's not productive. And the only way to ever influence them is to like actually show them respect and be civil.
Yeah, I think that's wise. And I'll just say I apologize for being a little antagonistic with you at the beginning of this call. I got mad because, I just get mad when people don't like my jokes. That's the only thing that makes me mad.
Yeah, I get that.
I'm a one-issue voter. I'm sorry, go on.
Your issue is people laughing at your jokes?
Yeah, exactly. If they don't laugh at my jokes, I get mad.
Dang.
I know, it's a tough life.
What would you do if you were president and people didn't laugh at your jokes?
I would explode the world. I would have the nuclear button. I would be just like, I would be pressing it so many times. I'd be thinking that every time I pressed it, a new nuclear weapon was going, even though you really only got to press it once. I would just keep on pressing it until I exploded.
I've never considered that pressing the button more than once will have a different effect.
Yeah, exactly. That's the delusion. That's what I'm talking about. It's like one time is enough, but I would just keep it going.
Well, I guess I've never actually thought about the logistics behind launching a nuke. Like, is there just one button? And what does that button do? Does it launch a series?
It is a good...
Or do you have to, like, program in which ones you want to launch?
Yeah, you'd think,
where?
like, you'd need some sort of specific inputs, but they make it seem like you just... It's the button. You press it, and then the world is over.
Like, is there a team of people who put in all the inputs and then just hand a single button to the president?
Right.
I guess that would be the most...
Trust us, Mr. President.
Or,
you press
or
that
is
button,
it
the
the
nukes are
president that
going.
pushes the button?
They're going to the right place. Yeah, what if you press the button and then it was like, oh, we just nuked fucking Ghana. That wasn't who we were trying to hit.
There's like a little suitcase that's handcuffed to a guy, right?
Right. That's what I've seen on TV.
I think they call it the football.
Yeah. Which is
Not
cool.
Not sure why.
It's football, so popular. All right, Jonas, thank you for calling in. Good to hear from you, man.
All right, you too.
All right, have a good one. 518-288-7938. Yeah, I got a little testy with Jonas. I regret that. Woo! This is why the show has to end soon. We're gonna do just a couple more calls here, and then we gotta call it quits because something's happening to me. My force field is weakening.
Call from
Finkeldink. That's my name.
Hello?
Yo, what's up?
Yo, how's it going? We're talking about the future.
What?
We're talking about the future.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I tuned in earlier, and you said you were like shitting blood. I kind of want to talk about your future. Like, what the fuck is going on with that?
I don't know, dude. I mean, that's all. I gave all the information I have, all right? I wish you wouldn't do that, to be honest. I wish you wouldn't do that. What? What?
You already said all that shit earlier?
I mean, I just said...
noticed you were like still streaming, so I decided to call.
No, I said what you heard. I mean, I don't have any further information. I'll send you the pics if you want. I took a picture every time.
Yeah. Send me, send, you got my number. Like, send me that shit. Like,
all right, fine.
Damn, dude.
There's shits in there too, but it's a red bowl, a beautiful red bowl. Blood.
It's a beautiful red bowl. It's beautiful.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, thanks. Shit, man. That sucks though. The future,
Whatever.
though.
It doesn't hurt.
It doesn't hurt? Like,
No.
you don't feel like anything going on in your tummy that like indicates that like you're gonna be like shitting out blood, or it just happens?
Yeah, it's like I assume every time I go to the bathroom, this is the time that I won't shit blood, and I keep being
So
proven wrong.
Do you think you're gonna go out like Elvis, or like shitting blood on the toilet and dying, or like?
Was he like actually bleeding from his butthole, or it was? I always
I
thought
don't know.
Elvis dying.
All I know is he died on the toilet.
Yeah, I thought that was just a coincidence, but yeah, I guess. Yeah,
Huh.
I'm gonna die like that soon.
Oh shit, that's kind of nuts.
I know. I didn't even do anything wrong, dude. I'm living a normal life.
Yeah, you're just living it up, and then out of nowhere.
I'm not living it up.
Literally.
No, don't mischaracterize. I'm not living it up. I'm living a normal life.
Well, I think living a normal life is living it up. Anything else is just
That's
like
cool.
whatever.
That's a cool philosophy. So what do you think about the future? Are people going to be living it up?
Yeah, I think we're gonna be living it up. When I first tuned into the stream, there was like people talking about like Civil War and all that shit. Like,
Yeah,
dude,
we
I don't
started
think that
off
shit's gonna happen.
pretty strong.
I don't think.
Okay, yeah.
I think the second where an American has to wait more than like 10 minutes in line at McDonald's is like if they're not gonna like throw over dumpsters and like burn down street signs and shit like over that, then they're not gonna do anything else. It's fine.
But what if? I
the
mean,
fuck?
that's a good. I think that's a very good point. But that's the question: is like if McDonald's was disrupted to the point of no return, is that when things start happening?
I think if McDonald's got to that point and they had like a pride flag hanging from the window, then maybe the rednecks in the South would get all freaked out. But
Yeah.
other than that, I just think that people don't really give a fuck. It's like what? Like we had like all that shit in the '60s with hippies and shit. Like why didn't it happen then? Like I feel like
I
that
don't
shit was a
really
lot more like actually tense than it is now. Like if I go out right now and I go like ask this lady across the street like, yo, what's going on? She's not gonna be like, oh, I want to burn down the street. Like it's not gonna be like some shit like that.
Do you want to try? Do you want to do a little investigative reporting for us here?
Should I get out? Should I get out of my car and like walk to some random lady across the street at like 9
if you're in your car, I think that might be too scary.
Yeah, I'll just like hop out and like, hey.
Okay.
Yeah, yo,
Hops
what
out
do
of
you
his
think
car
about the
on
future?
the
There's
phone.
a guy online who wants to know. He wants to know what do you think about the future.
Okay, yeah. Please, God, don't do that. But
I'll plug your name too.
No, don't worry about it, dude. All right, but I think I agree with you. Your premise here. People don't really care as much.
I think if anything is gonna happen, it's gonna be like we're gonna like butt heads with the Chinese or something.
Right.
I think that's like the most that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
It's like oh no, Chinese. I wonder what's going on with like, you know, like okay, like I was talking with my buddies after like Trump got elected, and I was like, damn, like once like the next election cycle comes around, like Trump's not going to be there.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird because like that shit's been going on since like 2016. And it feels like it's been like forever now, right? Is that just me?
No, I mean, I bet especially for young people.
Yeah, like I'm like 24, and it feels
yeah,
like this has
dude.
just been going on forever.
So yeah, how old were you when Trump was elected the first time?
I was 16 when he got elected.
So that's like probably
and I was
around
like,
when
whoa.
you're starting to
Like,
pay a
when
bit
I was
more
a
attention.
Kid, it was like, oh shit! I just dropped my phone. When I was a kid, I was like, oh, you know, there was Bush, then there was Obama, but like it wasn't like like Trump like lost in was it like 2020? Now we're in 2024, and like, it's still going on. It just feels like it kind of got extended by like an extra 4 years. You know?
Exactly. The whole thing, the whole
Most
conversation.
of the presidents that I've known have been like 2-term.
Right. And then they're gone.
Kinda crazy.
They're gone for good.
Yeah, then they're gone. And then Obama gets like put up on a pedestal, or like George Bush winds up in a wheelchair and in a baseball field or some shit.
Oh yeah.
And then it just kind of ends from there, and then there's like a new cycle, but it just kind of feels like it was like never ending there for a minute, and now it's finally gonna like kind of taper out.
Yeah.
So I
So what
wonder
do you?
who's gonna like step in, like who's gonna be the next Obama or Trump, you know, like who's gonna be the next guy. It's gonna be exciting.
Pete Buttigieg.
Pete Buttigieg.
Dude, that's the next Obama.
That's gonna be the next Obama. We'll have a gay Obama. It'll be great.
Dude. And he's small too. It'd be the first small,
Small? How
president.
tall is he?
I
tall is he?
don't know this, but just by looking at him, I think he's 5'8".
Let me look it up. Hold on.
Yeah, please do.
Hold on. Pete Buttigieg height. Pete Buttigieg fast facts on CNN politics. I'm having a hard time finding it, but I'm just gonna assume he's like 5'4".
Yeah, dude, that I bet there's a lot of misinformation out there about
Yeah.
Pete's height.
You know, another thing about the future, our search engine's gonna get even shittier. Like,
Yeah,
is that
and
gonna
they already
get
are,
better, or is it
dude.
gonna get better.
They suck, dude.
Like,
Do
I
you
can't
try to
find-
search for
I can't
something on
find shit
YouTube?
online anymore. Like I typed in his height, and I get like CNN, and then right below that is Department of Transportation. like how the fuck does that have to do with his height? Like why not just pull up the Wikipedia page? I'm sure Wikipedia has that shit.
Dude, he's got the SEO fucking down pat. He knows. Nobody's gonna find out his height.
No, he's got that shit locked down.
Yeah. Yeah, so okay, you got seems like a fairly neutral view of the future.
I've got a mellow view of the future.
Yeah.
I put all my money down on nothing ever happens. So
I think a lot of people agree with you. That
Yeah,
just
probably,
like
I don't know.
it doesn't really matter, like everybody is, at the end of the day, everybody who's running for office is completely unlike you. They are some sort of ruling class
Yeah, like, I don't-
person, and they don't care
like,
about you. It doesn't matter.
If I sat down with like Trump or like Biden or Obama or Bush like for a beer or some shit, like I don't think I'd be able to like talk to them about anything.
That'd be bizarre.
Like it would be bizarre. It'd be like what are you gonna talk to the president about? You know? Like
Yeah.
what? Like there's no. I don't think like that. His like the stuff that he's interested in is like nothing, nowhere near the what you're interested in.
What's the first topic you bring up? Non-political, just like your normal.
Non-political.
Yeah.
I'd say, Mr. Trump, have you watched Star Trek? I love Deep Space Nine. It's a great show. Captain Sisko is the greatest captain throughout all the Star Treks. You know, he would say some shit like that because I know Trump is a big Star Trek fan.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that me and him could connect over.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty good though. That's more than a lot.
Yeah.
Of people. All right. Well, hey man, thanks for calling in. Good to talk to you.
Yeah. Just stop pooping blood, man. That's not good
I'm
for you.
gonna try. God damn it, but whatever.
You know, maybe if you eat some Reese's peanut butter cups, I think that'll fix it up for you. You might have like a peanut butter deficiency.
That's the most unique advice I've ever heard. Thank you.
It worked for me.
All right. 518-288-7938. We're wrapping things up here. Yeah, it's okay. Thank God. Thank God someone's calling.
Call from
Martin.
Martin.
Hey, what's up?
Ooh. Nothing much. How you doing, brother?
Are we still talking about the future?
Yeah.
Okay, I got some stuff I wrote down.
Oh shit. Go for it, dude.
So, okay. So Trump, he's getting old, right?
Yep.
So he's probably gonna die. I'm not gonna go into the details on that.
Okay.
I gotta fast forward real quick. Hold on. Now JD Vance,
Mm-hmm.
I think he's a gamer, right? Regardless, he's gonna, utilize social media, and
Sure.
he's gonna start streaming on Twitch.
Okay.
Right, and he's gonna start streaming with Putin's son or child. I don't know if Putin has kids. And he's gonna start freaking out on Twitch and screaming when he loses, and everybody will love it. And then the Dems are gonna try. The Democrats are gonna try to stream too, because they have to be relevant and compete. And every time they stream, they're gonna unfortunately just fall into like preaching and like talking about what to do in politics. So they're not going to be very good at it initially.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, the economy will start to kind of crumble, and then JD Vance will put in an incentive program where he's going to allow people to subscribe to his Twitch stream, and then he's going to be able to give you a stipend, right?
Oh.
But then the problem is a bunch of foreigners, or, as they say, the Trumpers are like a bunch of foreigners, right, are going to start getting those subscriptions because it's a limited number, and start stealing the kickbacks, right, from the stream subscriptions on Patreon or whatever JD Vance decides to use. Yeah, it's going to be pretty bad. And then, sorry, I'm just trying to run through this because it's sketched it out.
It's very chronological. We're in like the 2030s or maybe 40s at this point.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. This is going to go pretty quick because we have the House and the Senate, or not we. I'm sorry, I did not vote for. Anyway, but like JD Vance, after he starts to freak out and lose his mind and kind of feel like a god from being like a streamer for too long, he's gonna like go around the nation in a giant hamster ball, but it's gonna be bulletproof, right? Because things are going bad, so he has to roll around in this hamster ball. After that, we're gonna descend into techno-feudalism, where there's gonna be townships, right? There's gonna be Zuckertown, Bezos City, and Ezra, but you spell that with an X, so you can guess who
That's cool.
lives there.
Extra.
And in those townships, that's going to be, so everywhere there's going to be like mass shootings and violence.
Oh, shit.
And so people will seek shelter in these townships, and they'll be like, please give us shelter, technocrats. And they'll be like, okay, we'll give you stock options. We won't pay you, but we'll give you company stock. And so people will start living in these safe zones where they are basically, living in a fiefdom for technocrats.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's going to be, more shootings. So schools are going to branch into, there's going to be these specialized non-gun schools for rich people, where if you have enough money, you'll send your kid to this. Basically, they're going to have bodyguards that send them to school. While they're at school, it's going to be like highly guarded by bodyguards. But if not, I mean, sorry, guess you're going to have to risk it. But everything will be bulletproof, and like the pencils, the chairs, the staplers. So it's going to be super good for the rich kids. Then, after about 50 years of this nonsense, the middle class is going to eventually fall out. There's going to be mass riots that the National Guard or the military will continually suppress, and then it'll get better, and we'll like get distracted with whatever our daily lives are. Like, oh, that was bad, right? That's not going to happen again. So after about 50 years of that, though, the bottom will fall out of the middle class, and it'll just be like the haves and the have-nots, right? And so you'll have these militias that pop up across the United States, which won't be united anymore. It'll be a bunch of militias. And so you'll have your stereotypical like gun nut, people. And then you'll have your soft left people that just like can't believe what's going on. And they're just going to be so disorganized. And unfortunately, they're not going to survive too long. They're probably going to form communes and try to hide out, but that probably won't last. Then there's going to be, surprisingly, the furries slash the gun nerds, history buffs, slightly autistic people that just really like guns, history, and, organized power for whatever reason. They're going to form groups too and also be kind of competitive in that space. Ironically, one of the most safe places to be will be on native tribal land, because they're kind of used to, not having a strong government and fending for themselves. Mm-hmm. So they'll actually be able to handle some of this better than, most of us that kind of are deeply integrated into like modern, I don't know what to call it, just... Huh?
Cuckoldry?
Cuckoldry, or just we're so reliant on all the systems that are in place.
Yeah.
And that's all I got. Sorry, I just kind of rambled.
Dude, I think
I love your show, by the way. I love it so much.
Thank you. I love that you called in, because I think you are correct, and you win the stream. You correctly predicted the future, and now the stream is over. Is there anything else you'd like to say, just as a acceptance, a victory speech at this point? You want to shout out any people or companies or products you enjoy?
Weirdly, I live in Oklahoma now. I lived in NYC for a while. I missed it. So I just want to shout out to everyone out there. If you live in New York City, hope you're having a good night.
No.
Stay safe.
Such a benevolent and generous man. You could have, that was your time to just, say something really bad, but you used it well. Thank you.
Yeah, hope is fleeting, so you gotta dose it out. You can't just throw it out and be like, everything's gonna be good. No one's gonna believe that. But it's all good, guys. Don't worry.
All right, man. Well, thank you so much for calling in. That's a perfect ending to the stream.
Well, I appreciate your show, man. I'm glad I can call in and reach you.
All right. Have a good one, man.
Good night.
You too. All right, that's that. We did it. We figured it out. We know what the future is, and I don't think there's any question about it. Like, nobody even came close to presenting such a accurate, foolproof, and complete vision of the future. No one is even close to really. there was a lot of scattered thoughts, a lot of misguided, people just throwing things at the wall to see what sticks. This guy knows exactly what's going to happen, and I think it's admirable. So we're going to call it with that, because there's simply no way to follow that up. And thank you, everyone, for listening and watching the show. There'll be more shows, of course. I'm sorry that it took a long time to come back here. Might be a while till the next one. I don't know. I really don't have any kind of idea. There's a lot of developments that are happening with the Colin Show in general, but I don't know what they are. I don't remember. So that's that. All the music on the stream has been from the UFO 50 soundtrack. We're going to listen to a couple more songs as we close this shit out. Go to chunkmonthly.gumroad.com if you're interested in independent media, independent physical media being sent to your home. Things that I personally approve of and have decided to make physical versions of. Moxie Famous does the work that is actually required to make those things. Right now, the Chimney Fucker is what's available. Go to chunkmonthly.gumroad.com. You'll find a bunch of different things that are currently available. Comics, zines, stickers, and the like. Again, thank you for listening, and we'll see you next time.